both of those races, but he did say yesterday, and we saw, didn't we, in practice, that he just needed to calm down a little bit in the afternoon, was pushing a little bit too hard, was hyperactive, as he put it yesterday. I think the team maybe just had a word with him, because we did see him have numerous moments on the front ends, quite bumpy around here. So when we see riders having sort of a front end moment, it obviously probably looks worse to us than it does feel to them on the bike, and it's obviously mostly all under control.
Into the 213 and actually 3/10 off Guido Pini in third place. Alvo Carpe, very solid and consistent start to the weekend, but he does need to find a little bit of time. A 2:14.202, not really cutting the mustard yesterday in terms of troubling Quiles or Pini.
No, but he was happy yesterday, Carpe. He said at the sort of end of the day on Friday that he felt much better than a week ago over in Brazil. Said he didn't have the best feeling still here, but we're there or thereabouts. Obviously, he doesn't want to be just under half a second away from the top time in Quiles, but of course, when you sit in P3 and there's only Pini, who is the only other rider within half a second of Quiles, then it was a decent job done by Carpe yesterday, and he was just happy to have a much better feeling than he did over in Brazil. Finished 19th on Friday over in Brazil and did salvage a P4 at the end of play last time out over in Guyana. So it's a much better start to the weekend for Carpe, and he recognised that, and he feels much better on the bike, but he also knows that he's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to take the fight to Quiles, but he's aiming for pole position today, is Carpe, and sounding a lot more confident than he did a week ago.
Well, look, now Adrian Fernandez, he's already through to Q2, of course. He learned from his mistake over in Guyana when he couldn't make the cut on Friday afternoon in Brazil. He's gone through already in 11th place yesterday, so solid stuff from Adrian Fernandez, doing what he needed to do. Likewise from this rider here, our star rookie, Rico Salmela from Finland. Fantastic stuff from the 18-year-old. He finished yesterday's running in 8th place, so he also bagging himself a Q2 spot directly on Friday practice.
Yeah, coming good now is Rico Salmela, isn't it? It's not taking him long. He said he struggled at the end of the weekend in Thailand. He was a bit surprised how big of an adaptation change it was to the KTM from the Honda he was riding in last year's Moto Junior Championship, but obviously picked up a great result over in Brazil, was in the top 5 on Friday, last time out qualified 9th, and then finished, of course, in the top 6, and he's got back-to-back Q2s now in Moto3, so Sam Miller really looking strong again, which is great to see for the young Finn.
We said at the top of the show that this rider on your screen, Matteo Bertelli, enjoyed his best session of the season yesterday afternoon on Friday practice. He hadn't actually been in the top 10 all season across any session. He was in the top 10 in both yesterday, P9 in FP1 and P4 in practice. Is Matteo Bertelli back to some kind of form that we know he's capable of?
Well, it certainly looks that way. It's his first Friday top 10 since Indonesia last year, so a good job from Bertelli, who's really struggled, it's got to be said, to find any sort of feeling this season, which has been a bit of a shame to see. A couple of DNFs, although the Brazil one last time out was not his fault. Jesus Rios got a long lap penalty for that incident up at turn 4 after the red flagged restart, but he said it was a positive day yesterday, Bertelli, which is great to hear. Obviously podium finisher here last year, so it's a track that he has confidence on and good memories at, and he just needs to continue building on the confidence gained and improve a little further yesterday on the pace if he wants to be in that podium fight. But a very solid day at the office for Bertelli on Friday.
Happy days all round for Alessandro Tanucci's team, because making it 3 out of 3 in terms of getting into Q2 on a Friday afternoon. Joel Esteban, our pole sitter from last time out, he was 6th yesterday. Got to say though, and I've said it plenty of times already this year, Casey Gorman, very, very impressive. 7th in the morning, 10th in practice. That is exactly the same as what happened in Guyana when he was P10 there as well. And he's another one who's got through to every Q2 session so far via Friday. He's not needed that extra track time in Q1. So very, very impressive stuff from the Irishman, who currently sits 6th in this Moto3 FP2 session.
Yeah, really impressed, as you say, Kiko, with Casey Gorman this season. He showed last year when he filled in for a couple of riders and a couple of teams on a couple of different manufacturers as well, that he had pace to run inside the top 10 and even a little more in Moto3. A really exciting talent, as we know, hailing from Ireland, and yeah, back-to-back Friday top 10s now for Casey Gorman after finishing 13th in his opening Grand Prix of the season in Thailand, and he's looking for back-to-back top 10 finishes as well. He said he was loving it here yesterday, felt really comfortable from the beginning, and when a rider like Casey Gorman, of course a rookie in Moto3, is landing at a circuit like this that he's never been to and feeling comfortable straight away. A lot of riders yesterday, and understandably so, were saying it's such a technical track, very, very easy to make a mistake. Even riders like Marc Marquez, who have obviously won here 7 times in the past and have, of course, got multiple world championships to say, and this is one of the most difficult challenges on the calendar. Very easy to make a mistake. A long lap, 2-minute 14, 2-minute 15 sort of lap, 2:13s potentially in qualifying a little bit later on, and a lot of different sections. So riders like a Gorman who land here, first time here, and feel comfortable straight away, you know that they've got a real sort of good feeling on the bike, which is good to see.
The thing is here as well, Al, it's as Mark actually said in the press conference, it's something we touched on yesterday, is that you kind of need 3 different riding styles just to get the job sorted out around here. And another thing is that around here, I was talking to Manu Gonzalez yesterday from Moto2, and he was saying that it's really, really hard to be consistent around here, to find a rhythm around here, and that's made harder when you're coming from Guyana, which is the shortest lap of the calendar in terms of the lap time itself. You can get into a rhythm, you can get lots of laps in, you can learn a lot about the track in a very, very short space of time and do a lot of learning throughout the practice session. Here, total opposite, longest lap on the calendar in terms of lap time, and of course, if you make a mistake, not only do you blow your lap, it's a long way round to start a new one.
Exactly. You sort of come into the first section. If you make a mistake coming through turn 2 or into turn 3, you basically ruined your lap because you're not going to get it back. There's one racing line through 3, 4, 5, 6 and sort of into 7 and 8 as Max Quiles dives at the inside of Valentin Peroni. A nice little battle going on here between these two.
Are we in Hungary from last year again? Dress rehearsal perhaps for what we're going to see tomorrow?
I'd quite like to enjoy another battle we saw from Hungary with these two. I mean, at the moment, Peroni is going to do very well to keep tabs on Quiles if Quiles keeps his form up that he showed yesterday. But don't rule out Peroni. He finished P5 yesterday, did the Argentine, and it was a better Friday than he had last time in Brazil. So Peroni looking in good nick so far this weekend.
I think that's the first time as well we've seen the curb cam all weekend, and that's always a pleasure to see as well. Cross the line 2:13.8, so straight into the 2:13s, 10 minutes in for Max Quiles, and this time he's going to get the job done on Valentin Peroni. I think this time it's just about enough. So Max Quiles does get ahead of Valentin Peroni, and we'll have to wait and see how that one all rocked on through Sector 1. We're picking up Alvaro Carpe right out to the green and to the edge of the curve, and across the line he's 8th, goes up to 2nd. That time is a 2:14.641. That's 0.8 off what Max Quiles was able to do. It's no question that Max Quiles has definitely taken a leaf out of the Marc Marquez approach to COTA, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously the Marquez brothers do mentor Maximo Quiles. Not a bad pair of riders to have in your corner, is it? And obviously after the Brazilian Grand Prix victory, we saw Mark in Parc Ferme with Quiles, a 2:14.689 for Guido Pini. Yeah, a little bit of time to catch up, 0.8 and a little bit more to Quiles. A 2:13.83 is, well, less than a tenth off what Quiles managed to do yesterday, and it was quicker than the second place rider, Guido Pini, from yesterday. So that's a pretty rapid time for Quiles already.
Just back to Quiles and the Marc Marquez similarities, of course, they stem back to last year as well. Both took a first pole in Grand Prix racing at the French GP, both took a first podium of Grand Prix racing at the British GP, both took first win of Grand Prix racing at the Italian GP. Le Mans and Mugello were the French and the Italian ones, but it was Donington back then for Marc Marquez. Do you know who won that? 125cc Grand Prix?
Scott Reddit.
Correct answer. There's no flies on you, is there, on the right hand side of this comms box? They must be coming from my area then. Less than 20 minutes to go, and we see Max Quiles and Valentin Peroni still nose to tail, trying to work each other out. Here, Peroni in 6th place at the moment. It's got to be said, Valentin Peroni, any other time of the year, I think he would be quite happy with a 3rd in Buriram and a 7th, followed up last time out in Guyana, but he wasn't too happy with his performance in Brazil, which is the sign of a rider who knows that he can be regularly on the podium, either P1, P2 or P3. Of course, he still does chase that first Grand Prix victory, but I've got to say, very, very impressive stuff from Peroni, even if he's not been too happy with it himself. A 2:13.3 for Max Quiles. I tell you what, that's flying. These cooler conditions are not catching anyone out here, least of all Max Quiles. That's a new all-time lap record by some margin. He's beaten himself from yesterday. Great shot coming out over turn 9 into 10.
Yeah, he's on it, is old. The number 28, and Peroni, yeah, wasn't happy with, well, he was happy and not happy at the same time with the result. He got a little bit hampered in the race with Joel Esteban crashing out in front of him. Joel Kelso has just pushed himself up to P3. That's a great job done for the Australian Eddie O'Shea side. The top 10 as well. A really good day for the M-Lab duo yesterday, but Quiles, what a lap time that is. And the cooler conditions certainly help. The times to become a little bit quicker, and everyone focusing on race pace. 2:13.757, a reminder. Was the fastest time from yesterday, so we're around about half a second quicker on Quiles is anyway, and not what we were going yesterday. And Peroni also. Beating the lap time from yesterday. So the pace is hotting up here in the circuits of the Americas, and this bodes well for some fast times coming up in qualifying a little bit later on.
A cracking job yesterday done by the Grid M-Lab team.
Yeah,
Gotta
really
say,
good.
Brilliant job, particularly from this rider, Eddie O'Shea, to go go through to Q2 directly on a Friday. I think that must be the first time he's managed that. So Eddie O'Shea not needing Q1 to get himself up into the top positions on the grid, and he's running up inside the top 10 here. So Michael Laverty's team, we know that Michael has been restructuring and investing and improving that team in the off-season, and now he's reaping some of the rewards already, round 3 in.
Yeah, first Q2 of the season for Eddie O'Shea, but he did manage to get into the top 14 on a Friday back in Malaysia. Was the only other time he's done it. So a decent end to the season last year for O'Shea, and a lot of confidence gained from back-to-back point scoring rides in Thailand and Brazil, and he's going really well here. Was sounding very confident yesterday and very happy with the feeling. And obviously Joel Kelso is continuing to learn his trade on the Honda. That was a big moment there for Brian Moriarty on the number 51, coming out of the sort of turn 13, 14 double right-hander and into the stadium section. A little bit of a wake-up call there for the number 51, who's also straight into Q2 after finishing 13th yesterday. So a continued decent job done from the reigning Red Bull Rookies Cup and Moto Junior champion.
Yeah, 3 on the spin, but it was by the narrowest of margins. Previously, he's been 10th, 7th. Oh, dearie me! That's Cormac Buchanan. That's coming out of turn 19, and all the other riders are obviously putting their hands in the air just to warn everyone else that there is a rider down and in the middle of the track. The marshal straight to Cormac Buchanan's side. That looks like a big old high side. We're going to get it through here. Cormac Buchanan. Oh, dear me. Massive high side out the front door, and look how far Buchanan and the bike have slid on from where he originally lost it. Cormac Buchanan, turn 19. That is a very unusual high side, I've got to say. And I was just about to say, to no surprises, we do have a red flag, because Cormac Buchanan's obviously had the wind knocked out of his sails there. That was a heavy hit.
Oh, Cormac Buchanan, unfortunately, another huge high side. We saw him have a real big one over in Brazil, and he said he was feeling the effect of that on Sunday and again yesterday, and fingers crossed it's just knocked the wind out of his sails and he's not picked up any injuries. But understandable, of course, that the red flag has come out for Buchanan's crash on the exit of turn 19. Clearly struggling to get away. That is great to see. I know he's struggling a little bit and looks, of course, in some pain, but at least he is able to be up on his feet. Fingers crossed for the New Zealander that he's able to be back out for qualifying this afternoon, because he was pretty happy with his pace yesterday. He had to adapt his ride. Start because he's still feeling the pain from the big off from Brazil, and of course that's not going to help his feeling on the bike.
Tell you what, he looked in some discomfort, then you could see his visor was open, and Cormac Buchanan thankfully up on his feet with a little bit of aid, it's got to be said, from the marshals. The marshals wasting no time at all to get to his side, as I said, and to make sure that he was okay. But Cormac Buchanan, when he crashes, unfortunately they are big, and that was another big one. Buchanan in this session at the minute is in 11th place, but I would be quite surprised if we see him back out on track. Such a shame for the Code Motorsport KTMs, because Ruche Moody, who's currently 13th in this session, both of them actually looked really, really good yesterday, and were slightly unfortunate not to go through, at least one of them, into Q2 directly from practice.
Yeah, they both made a step. Well, to be fair to Buchanan, he was happy with how his feeling was on the bike from pre-season and into the Thai Grand Prix as well, and we saw Buchanan up inside the top 2 on a Friday over in Brazil. And Moodley, of course, had a disappointing Thai Grand Prix. Said sometimes it's more mental. physical, and thankfully for Moodley at the end of play in Brazil, he was sounding a lot more confident and found a good step on that number 21. The background there. The young South African, of course, going decently again here. This weekend, both well within the mix. The top 14 yesterday, and will hopefully both be in the mix. For a top 4 in Q1. To progress into Q2, but yeah, positive signs I think overall in the Code Motorsports. On both sides of the garages, even though obviously Cormac's just crashed, he's still feeling decent on the bike, and I just pray that he's not injured in any sort of way, and he's obviously feeling a little bit second-hand compared to what he was yesterday, he can still go out there and grit his teeth and hopefully qualify on the grid. Pit lane will open.
you've got Moto3, Moto2 MotoGP, of course. There's so many different avenues you can take to get to one of these classes. That's before we start going on about all of the Moto4 Asia, Britain, Northern, Latin Cups as well, of course, now over in South America. Great time to get on two wheels and pull the throttle back as hard as it can go and get tucked in and have a battle with your mates.
Certainly is. Putting the throttle as hard back as it goes is Max Quiles. Didn't take long for him to get to the front of the train. I don't know if they've let Quiles through or he's just barged his way past them, but no surprise to see Pironi improving, Cruzes improving just behind. Joel Esteban's up there inside the top 6 as well. So Quiles setting a good pace out front at 2:13.432 is just a tenth off what he could do for his fastest lap, but the chasers have closed in, but of course they've got a nice reference, Pironi in particular, just up ahead.
I can just imagine Alan Brodek's face in a minute. He should have been doing this yesterday afternoon, guys, not this morning. Cruz says 4th, Ogden 11th, so there's definitely a little bit of time to be found for both CIP Green Power KTMs. Quiles pushing on, gets that all crossed up, and he's going to force it to make an apex. Yes, he does, and he does make the apex as well. Quiles is on a mission then, and I'll tell you what, look who's right behind him again, as you said. Valentin Pironi has now got through on Joel Esteban. Let's see if Joel Esteban takes that line down, neck and neck, and I think Esteban's already blasted on by. Nice bit of slipstream down this massive, great big back straight, and is Pironi going to let the brakes off? He has a think about it, but he just holds firm for now. Cruzes, who seems to be having a few problems down at turn 13, doesn't he? Sorry, turn 12, because yesterday it was him who was threading the eye of the needle. That was close, wasn't it, yesterday? Under braking, and how he didn't clobber into anyone else is anyone's guess.
Yeah, obviously a very tricky sort of section, hard braking, the hardest braking on the track, down into turn 12 from the top speed, down into a very, very tight left-hander. Always difficult to try and get that right, but there's some personal best lap times coming in. Max Quiles' lap time has been cancelled for track limits, but Esteban and Pironi are going very quickly behind. The top of the table could be changing if these two riders keep it up. Scott Ogden, of course, just in the background there with the pink 19, is on a decent lap as well. This lap time could be promoting Ogden into the top 5. Carpe briefly sat P5 after improving last time out, and Pironi does go fastest. Esteban goes second in the 73. We'll be pretty happy with that. So will Gunter Steiner down there in the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 box. So yeah, the riders, at least when chasing Quiles, who's obviously setting these very, very good lap times, can keep pace with him for a few laps, which is good for the spectacle on Sunday. But Quiles won't be too pleased that the riders behind are going a little bit quicker than him.
No, not at all, but still, it's FP2. It's all a little bit academic as they get into the final 4 minutes. Who's having a quiet session so far? Marco Morelli down in 14th. We've not seen really too much of him. We're having a look at Adrian Fernandez. He's down in 8th place at the moment. Was quick through the first sector, but loses it in the second half of the lap. Down there. Look, you say Yamaha 24th. I mean, he's going through. He's on your screen, but he's going through Q1 anyway. He only just missed out late on. You say Yamaha down in 24th place in FP2. That will be a concern down there at the Aeon Credit MT Helmets MSI squad.
Certainly will, yeah. Not sure quite what's going on with Yamanaka this season. Hasn't enjoyed Friday too much. Yet to have a top 10 on a Friday. Was 23rd on Friday over in Brazil, and of course just missed out by a 10th for the second yesterday to get into the top 14. But the Japanese rider has worked. So I'm liking this from Carpe though, Kiko, because he's lapping all alone, not getting disturbed by any of the riders, and he's very consistent. Another 2:13.6. Okay, it's 3/10 off what Pironi was able to do, but with this 83 on his own, he's looking pretty strong, and he was happy with the feeling that he'd made the step forward, as we mentioned, from Brazil into the USA this weekend. So things are looking pretty good so far for Carpe.
I just wonder when we get qualifying later on if we're going to be down towards the 2:12s here, Al. 2:13.2 at the minute. You've got to factor in a bit of a slipstream, and track temperatures when they do come up, it won't be too extreme, it won't be too crazy.
And of course these are on used tyres by this point as well, so put a fresh soft Pirelli rubber in the back of your KTM or your Honda or your CF Moto, and yeah, you should be able able to find a couple of temps. Of course, the track temperatures are going to increase a little bit later on, but they're not going to get to the temperatures that we saw yesterday. So potentially, 2:12 might be on the cards a little bit later on. I just want to mention Quiles' practice pace from yesterday, if we can, before the session's up. 5:2:14s in the opening stint it did yesterday. Of course, the times have dropped this morning and the temperatures, but the only other riders to get into the 2:14s in that opening stint before they stuck fresh tyres on were Carpe, a couple of 2:14s. Pironi set 1:2:14. Esteban was able to get a couple of 2:14s in there as well, but Quiles yesterday at least 3 laps more than anyone else in the 2:14. So that's the sort of step that he had on the chasers yesterday. Of course, everyone's made a step so far. Beritamotogp included in that on the number 9. First time we're seeing the Indonesian on our screens this morning. He's just inside that top 10, so a better session so far from Beritamotogp. But I do think still that Quiles is holding the cards this weekend.
Alvaro Carpe's coming to the line now, and he is absolutely flying. The number 83 comes across the line, 2:13.1, and he is very happy with that. That is a new lap record and a tenth quicker than what Valentin Pironi was able to. We were almost down towards the 2:12s then. I think he actually dropped a tenth or so in the final set, so I think he's happy and maybe a little bit annoyed at himself. Back to our dancing duo out there on track in a moment. Quiles versus Pironi. I tell you what, Valentin Pironi is having a good old case study here from Quiles, isn't he? I just wonder what he's learning, because Valentin Pironi's up there in the top 2 at the moment, ahead of Quiles on the timing tower, and faster than him so far this weekend. But Max Quiles doing the donkey work at the moment, hopefully not showing too many cards to the Argentine.
I think he, unfortunately for Quiles, is, but that lap time from Carpe is very, very good, and you could tell coming over the line that Carpe said a couple of minutes ago that he was looking good, and I said Quiles was holding the cards. I might hit the reverse gear on that and say Carpe might be holding the cards now with that lap time, but obviously we'll learn a lot more in qualifying. But this is still very good stuff, very strong stuff from Quiles, setting these lap times all on his own. He's had to play with a couple of the riders, but where's this going to take him? Not improved, but still 2:13.3 ain't bad at all.
Checkered flag is out then. Moto3 FP2 is done and dusted. We're going to take across the line all of the live laps, and then we are going to be turning our attention to Moto2. Then we've got MotoGP coming up after that, MotoGP Qualifying, and we're bringing you Qualifying Moto3 Moto2 before the Tissot Sprint and the Bagger World Cup first ever race. That's right at the end of the day, so do join us right across the course for what is going to be a fantastic Saturday with motorcycle action. Wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. In Europe, I know it is hurtling on towards evening, but well, you know what, it's a Saturday night. Get the fridge closer, get the ordering app of your choice sorted out, and enjoy MotoGP.
Absolutely agree with that. Beritamotogp then improving Marco Morelli a good couple of laps to end the 97's stint. He made it into the top 10 yesterday, of course, second in the championship. Marco Morelli, only his teammate ahead of him in the overall standing, so that's a decent job done for Morelli. First time here, of course. Pini up inside that top 5, he's looking strong. As we mentioned, Ogden a good late run there as well to get inside that top 10. Vitelli P12. Gorman and Salmela just dropped outside the top 10 at the end of the session, but they're all chasing Alvaro Carpe in terms of race rhythm, let's call it, ahead of qualifying. Steady on Alvaro, just a little bit of a moment there. I'm sure it looked more under control than it did to our eyes, but yeah, he'll be pretty pleased with that, and that's a bit more like it coming up the hill into turn 3 in this fabulous section to start the lap here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Anyone would think he's got pole, maybe he's practicing for later. Of course, we did mention that we 25 riders. If you are wondering why Marco Soriarte is in, we should have got to this at the top of the show, but it doesn't really matter anyway. Marco Soriarte is replacing David Almanza this weekend. David Almanza got a small fracture to his right elbow. Hopefully, the rider from Ciudad Real will be back for his home Grand Prix in Maret next time out at the end of April. And of course, David Munoz is still under the cosh with his broken femur that he sustained from back in Mandalika. What are we having a look at here? This is Joel Esteban versus Max Quiles. I wonder if something's going on here. They're looking across to each other. I wouldn't pick a fight with Joel Esteban, I've got to say, but Max Quiles, then again, I wouldn't pick a fight with him either. This is down through turn 7 and 8. Oh, hello. Kicking out there, Max Quiles, very, very unimpressed, it's fair to say. yesterday with Joel Esteban. No further action is going to be taken over between that, even if Max Keeles is saying, use your head, mate. So a little bit of rivalry, a little bit of needle there before we get going in qualifying.
Yes, I can understand Esteban wanting to follow Max Keeles, and I can then understand Keeles getting frustrated with Esteban just sitting up there sort of on the racing line as you come in through the dip into turn 7, and that is not the end of the session that Pini would have wanted. It doesn't look like a crash as you run out of fuel, a technical or mechanical issue, not you can't see from the naked eye up here, but yeah, after a strong weekend so far, that's not what the Leopards on the team nor Pini would have wanted.
No, Guido Pini has been finding himself on the service road a little bit too much in 2026 already. Just shook the bike a little bit there, I think. I wonder if it is a fuel problem, and that's why it's down to a halt, but we'll have to work that one out. This is his teammate, Adrian Fernandez, 7th in that session, so Leopards 7th and 5th. Pini was 5th as you saw him there on the service road. Fernandez comes back down pit lane, but both the Hondas of Leopard Racing were already through into Q2. This is Max Keeles. He's now gone back to debriefing about his session rather than being distracted somewhat by Joel Esteban. So Joel Esteban and the Level Up MTA KTM obviously just catching Keeles' eye, but Carpe, it is, who's top dog in FP2.
Yeah, certainly is a good job from the HC3, and he's going to be the rider to beat potentially heading into qualifying.
New lap record, 2:13.190. We are getting closer to the 2:12. Valentin Peroni was second, so it's a KTM 1, 2, 3, 4. Esteban and Keeles. A bit of finger wagging going on between those two, but third and fourth on the times. Guido Pini, a top Honda in 5th, but he's had a problem on his way back to the pits. Working our way all the way through the field. Kelso and O'Shea, 16th and 19th. Both are already finished Q2, but there would have been wanting more from FP2 than that. And then on the final page, we are going to have a look at Cormac Buchanan, who was 21st, but after that massive crash, let's see if he's able to get back out onto the track to get into qualifying later on. He's meant to be going to qualifying 1. But that is all for Moto3 here at the Circuit of the Americas. That means I'm out of here. So for myself, Kika Giles, goodbye. But you're in safe hands. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York bringing you Moto2 FP2. Enjoy.
From Austin, Texas, and overcast Austin to kick off our Super Saturday action with MotoGP qualifying less than a couple of hours away now. Q1 will get underway shortly after 11 a.m. And of course the sprint over 10 laps at 3 p.m. this afternoon in conditions drastically different to what we saw earlier on in proceedings. Blazing sunshine, over 30 degrees yesterday. It is chilly even for a couple of Brits here in central Texas. As Moto2 get set for their first action of the morning. Yeah, when we arrived in the paddock around about 8:30 or 8:15, myself and Jack Appleyard, and it said that the temperatures were around 17 degrees, but a real feel of about 10 degrees given the strong winds that were buffeting the flag of Texas there a moment ago. Certainly in fine fettle coming into day 2 here in America is David Alonso. Of course, representing South America, but with plenty of support here in North America too. Manu Gonzalez, his next best challenger. Not he was a particularly close second. Barry Baltus third, ahead of Philip Salach for the American racing team, who have both of their riders through the Q2. Cederagius, Tony Arbolino, Ivan Altola, Chelsea Novietti and Ethan Guevara between Salach and his teammate. Home favourite Joe Roberts, Colin Vaya, Alonso Lopez, Adrian Huertas and Danny Munoz complete your Q2 participants. As of right, of course 4 more will earn the right via qualifying 1 later on today. And aiming to do that includes the World Championship leader, Dani Holgado, for the second Saturday in a row. Comes into the day knowing that he's going to have to go through Q1 if he has any hope of pole position, although it's fair to say he did that successfully in Brazil, going through Q1 to take pole position, which set him up for a victory which took him to the World Championship lead. He's 4.5 points ahead of his nearest challenger, and second yesterday, Manu Gonzalez, but of course we are still at such an early stage of the season. The championship battle yet to truly take shape. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York with you to talk you through the next 30 minutes of Moto2 FP2, and it's pretty clear from the headline lap times and the deeper analysis yesterday, Elwood, who they've all got to beat.
Yeah, not half. Good morning, mate. Hello to everyone tuning in for Moto2 FP2 ahead of course, a bumper Saturday, as always is the case in MotoGP. Yes, David Alonso, great on race pace, great on one-lap pace, and the only rider within half a second of the number 80 was Manu Gonzalez, this rider on your screen just now, and it was a gauntlet laid down, it has to be said, for David Alonso yesterday. It wasn't just the one-lap pace, as I mentioned. I think the scarier thing for his rivals looking at yesterday was the pace he was setting in the first stint in the opening half of the practice session yesterday afternoon, and he was sounding very confident as well at the end of play. And I think after Brazil, what Alonso was saying was he needed to work on race pace. He needed to just work on being consistent, finding that rhythm on board his Triumph Calyx, and that's exactly what they did. And interestingly, he said he'd working more with his legs in the braking zone to try and, find some confidence and find some gains on that. And I think, that's exactly what he's found. He's always been strong in the braking areas as Alonso. His teammate, Dani Holgado, of course, the championship leader, referenced that yesterday. So did Manu Gonzalez as well. They know that Alonso is a very, very strong rider on the brakes. And, of course, a lot of braking zones around here at the circuit of the Americas. But I'm very intrigued to see if the chasers, Manu Gonzalez, Barry Bautas, the chief of those in second and third place yesterday, he can bridge that gap or get a little bit closer to Alonso. We've seen it this morning with Maximo Quiles. He didn't finish off at the times in Moto3, and obviously completely different conditions in terms of the temperatures to what we had yesterday as well. So that's a factor to look at, but definitely Alonso coming into Saturday is the rider that everyone is targeting to try and beat.
Yeah, we're running around about 5 or so minutes behind schedule after a red flag in Moto3. A whopping crash for Cormac Buchanan, who went to the medical centre. We did see him upon his feet, albeit in pain. So we wish him all the very best. But we're rattling along with our morning schedule to get ourselves back on schedule. So a condensed build-up to this Moto2 session. We're already up and running with free practice to 30 minutes of running, and we referenced the conditions and how different the conditions are. Normally this is the session, and it will still be the session where the teams are going to do a lot of their homework, try and put a race simulation, a long run in this session, but these conditions not awfully representative given that the temperature's going to go up again tomorrow.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Obviously an always important session, 30 minutes to head out there and try and get as many laps as possible. Of course, at a circuit like this, the length of it over 2-minute lap times, you've got less chance to try and figure out where you need to improve compared to laps and laps and laps in Thailand and Brazil, for example. Much shorter racetracks, the last couple of Grand Prix to start the season. But it's still going to be an interesting one to see where these riders are at. Of course, some riders are going to prefer these cooler conditions to the hotter temperatures than we saw yesterday. Spoke to Zonta van den Gorberg yesterday afternoon, and he said the Moto2 riders, or at least himself, we saw it on the times, didn't we? Moto3 were able to really get down to business and improve a lot. The Moto2 riders just struggled to do that a little bit in the hotter temperatures yesterday, but we've already seen the times tumble in Moto3, a new all-time lap record going the way of Alvaro Carpe, and they were well over half a second quicker than they were yesterday. So expecting to see something similar in FP2 for Moto2, and certainly for the rider who we're on board with now, Dani Holgado. He's going to be wanting to find at least half a second and plenty more from what he did yesterday. Okay, Holgado got a little bit unlucky with the yellow flags at the end of the session yesterday, but it's now 2 Fridays in a row that he's not been anywhere close to the Q2 place, it has to be said, in terms of position. It would have been interesting to see what Holgado could have done in the latter stages if the yellow flags weren't out. He was on a personal best lap time, but he put himself himself in a position where he had to perform on the final lap, and we know that in practice, yellow flags can be a factor. So Holgado was disappointed yesterday, and as I say, referenced his teammates' ability in the braking zone is somewhere that Holgado has really got to work on and improve, especially this weekend, to try and bridge the gap to the number 80 on the other side of the box.
We saw him getting a little hot under the collar, didn't we, at the end of that session with Adrian Huertas, did Danny Holgado, although he did say himself, sometimes it's good to get angry just to release a bit of that tension, a bit of that frustration. Of course, we're still at a very early stage in the season, so we're not really talking about championship pressure at this stage, but I do sort of wonder in the back of my mind whether Holgado and whether Gonzalez, both referencing the strengths of David Alonso around the circuit, whether they are trying to just crack a little bit of pressure onto the shoulders of David Alonso, sort of saying in David's direction, well, this is a racetrack that really should suit you, so you better leave Austin with 25 points, David.
I can imagine there is mind games at play, absolutely. We know the two Spaniards, well, two Spanish-speaking guys, obviously Colombian flag for David Alonso, Holgado, they know each other really well, been teammates in the past, and yeah, obviously teammates last year and this year in Moto2. We know that they get along reasonably well, but also they really want to beat each other. Holgado got the upper hand at this moment in time in the championship, but definitely, you know, if everyone's been there in any walk of life, in whatever game you're playing with friends and against other people, you want to try and put them off, you want to try and get the edge, and the mental game is just as big as the physical game in elite sport. So yeah, you do feel like yesterday they were referencing that yes, Alonso was half a second quicker and plenty more than a lot of us, but you know, yeah, he's strong around here, we should be quicker. So I can imagine Alonso probably didn't read or listen to too much of it. Why would he? Because he's concentrating on his own game, and you know, he's top of the timesheets by half a second, so absolutely needs to concentrate on trying to build on that advantage for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, you do feel there's some mind games at play, and rightly so. That's what the riders should be doing, and going to be interesting to see if the homework done overnight into this morning for the likes of Gonzalez, of course, especially Holgado as well, going into qualifying later on this afternoon, if they've found something in the braking zone which Alonso really had an upper hand on yesterday.
Here's Dennis Foggia on the number 8. Reminder that he is in once again this weekend for the injured Luca Lanetta, who's recovering from a fractured right leg. Foggia thought he had potential to be in qualifying 2 yesterday, just didn't quite string the perfect lap together. Mr. Gear actually on his best lap of the session, or what was going to be his best lap, and as a result of that, Foggia ended up in 24th place, 3/4 of a second away from the top 14. He certainly felt that if he strung a lap together, he would be in there. One other piece of housekeeping just to remind you of as we get into this session surrounds Angel Piqueras on the MSI Calex. He's tried to restart a bike that stopped running after he crashed early on in the Brazilian Grand Prix. We showed you it during the practice action yesterday. Of course, that is prohibited under the 2026 rules, so Piqueras, wherever he qualifies, and at the moment there's no guarantee it's going to be in the top 14 because he's in qualifying 1. Later on this afternoon, Piqueras will serve a double long lap penalty in tomorrow's 16-lap affair.
Yeah, it certainly will. Obviously, a good sort of 6 seconds on average for a double long lap, 3 seconds more or less, you've got to say, for a long lap penalty. Here it is, just on the exit of turns 13 and 14, on the entrance 13, then you come out of it on the sort of the exit of 14 just there and into the tight left-handers of 15, and this is turn 16 before it opens back up into 17 and 18, the double right-hander. This is Danny Munoz, of course, the podium finisher from last time out. Munoz just squeezing into the top 14 yesterday. Ital Trans Racing Team P13 and P14, they'll be pretty pleased with that. Adrian Huertas getting into the top 14 on a Friday for the first time this season, and obviously still nursing that fractured foot that he picked up over in Buriram. So good job done from both of the Ital Trans Racing Team riders. Munoz here for the first time, of course, and of course riding the crest of the wave after pushing Danny Holgado all the way over in Brazil in his P6 at the start of this session. So the 17 looking pretty strong here already, which is good to see.
Already Danny Holgado has gone faster than he went yesterday. He's put in a 2:07.4, which is a tenth and a half quicker than he went yesterday. David Alonso leads from Barry Baltus. Baltus, one of the standout names yesterday. He put himself up in 3rd place on a 2:06.4, and spoke to our colleague Kiko Giles yesterday after practice and spoke about a step forward and an understanding of the bike now after the issues of Thailand and Brazil, where Baltus only left those 2 Grand Prix with 3 World Championship points after a pair of 14th places. So they lacked top speed, so I had a look in the practice results from yesterday and also the results from Brazil to try and understand truly what he's gained. Now, obviously, not easy to compare the top speeds because, of course, we got a massive long straight in Brazil, and speed traps are at different parts on different circuits, so it's not a direct comparison. But in terms of how he compares to everybody else, he was 19th in these speed traps over the Brazilian Grand Prix weekend. He was 12th overall in the speed traps yesterday, so relative to the rest of the field, he is a little bit more competitive in a straight line. And when you've got a 1.2 kilometre straight that David Alonso is currently tackling now, the longest of the season, top speed is not something you want to be lacking.
No, exactly that. And I know, speaking to Pedro Acosta and Brad Binder in KTM, they were worried about the top speed coming into this weekend in MotoGP. It's not something we really hear too much. It's obviously single engine manufacturer in Moto2 with obviously the Triumph, so very rarely hear riders and teams struggling with top speed, because obviously everyone's on a level playing field, but obviously you can change different settings and, you know, different mappings, and, you know, try and squeeze everything out of it you can. And of course, Bautas in Buriram was compromised by Joe Roberts' crash, so we didn't really see the true potential of Bautas there. But of course, had a pretty low-key weekend over in Brazil, qualified in P14 and finished the race in P14. Here is the 7 on your screens, but great to see Bautas, the Belgian, back up inside that top 3 yesterday, because he's a rider that we were expecting a lot more from after his bronze medal finish at the end of 2025. So good to see that Bautas is sounding a lot more confident now. They've made some changes on that package, and he's backing that up so far in this session compared to yesterday as well. And of course, it was a good day for Reds Fantic Racing yesterday to have Arbolino to side that top 6 as well. So yeah, some sort of teething issues, let's call it, at the start of 2026 on the Bautas' side of the box, but likewise to Arbolino over in Brazil. Some important changes have been made, and they're certainly working so far.
Yeah, as you say, both Fantic riders will be pretty pleased with the way their weekend is unfolding so far. Arbolino with one of his best showings for quite some time, has to be said, in Brazil last weekend, when he was firmly in that battle for 5th, 6th and 7th, even if he ultimately finished at the tail end of it in P7. Fastest on Friday, of course, was Arbolino in Brazil. Really good record he has here, with a victory and 2 other podiums, both second places, once to Jake Dixon in the wet last year, and a couple of years prior to that when he was involved in that ding-dong with Pedro Acosta, as they were in the early stages of a World Championship battle in Moto2. Arbolino currently in 12th place in this session, as Ethan Guevara makes it safely back to the pits and to Blue Crew Pramac, which he wasn't able to do at the end of his first run in practice yesterday. It didn't cost him an awful lot, but a miscommunication, it was described as by the team, as Ethan Guevara shakes his head. He's obviously not happy with something on his first run, but a miscommunication. Do we read between the lines that Ethan missed his pit board and ran out of gas?
I think we agreed the answer to that was yes.
Half a chance.
Yes, there's a very good chance. Small misunderstanding, the team called it, and yeah, Ethan Guevara called it a miscommunication. So potentially just misreading or not seeing his pit boards or the dash board either for Ethan Guevara. This is exactly where he stopped yesterday with that issue running out of fuel. We can't be 100% sure, but it sounds like that might be the case. But Guevara, something not quite right on the number 28's machine this morning either. A frustrated figure, and of course that lap time in P23, that's not where we're used to seeing him as well. So yeah, and something not quite right this weekend for Guevara, although he was inside that top 10 yesterday. Got a really early bank lap time in, which ultimately helped him a lot to get inside that top 14. But yeah, interesting to see what's going on down there in the Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha Moto2 box.
So rather exasperated there, wasn't he? Ethan, who's only put in a couple of laps on the board. He's in 23rd place at the moment on a 2:08.7, so he's missing more valuable track time. Guess always puts you on your back foot as soon as you have a problem like that in practice, even if you make Q2. Guevara missed around about 20 minutes of the practice session yesterday. If you compare him to the busiest riders, David Alonso put in 17 laps, no one put in more than that. Guevara, for contrast, he only put in 8 laps yesterday, so did half the mileage of the bulk of the rest of the riders in this Moto2 field. And already, whilst the bulk of the field, everyone bar 3 riders, as Manu Gonzalez now comes into the pits. He, Vietti, Roberts and Guevara now are all in pit lane. So many out there circulating, learning and understanding ahead of the 16-lap Grand Prix tomorrow. And once again, Ethan Guevara is on his backside watching with the rest of us.
Yeah, on the back foot, isn't he? Going into qualifying, he's Ethan Guevara. Obviously 18 minutes of the session still to go, so he's got time to go out there and still complete a good handful of laps. But when you're only completing 8 laps compared to the 17, as you mentioned, for Alonso, that's a lot of time on circuit to be losing, and gaining a lot of information in terms of the feeling on the bike, the tyre life as well heading into Sunday. He, of course, was quick enough over one lap, was Guevara, but lost pretty much all the amount of time that everyone else had in terms of finding race rhythm before he went out on fresh rubber to try and improve his lap time, which he wasn't able to do. And of course, you can see Munoz now doing the same thing on used tyres, getting to know this circuit and getting used to the tyre drop and what might unfold on Sunday. So, yeah, not the weekend so far that Guevara would have been looking for. Of course, he's not got Q1 to contend with, which will be good news, but he needs to get back out there in the last 17 minutes or so and try and get some laps on the board.
Bringing us into fourth. Fastest lap of the weekend so far from David Alonso yesterday, a new all-time lap record on a 2:05.847. As we touched upon yesterday, Pirelli have gone a step softer with the tyres this year for the Grand Prix of the United States, having decided that the medium was basically not a competitive enough tyre yesterday. Everyone went for the softer tyre, the SC0. We brought the SCX to Austin for the first time, the super soft option from Pirelli, which I guess many will try and race on if they can at all help it tomorrow afternoon. David Alonso there, certainly getting an uncomfortable experience on the way out of turn 10. I think it was sideways halfway to turn 11. David Alonso just needs to watch Mr. Marquez from yesterday morning to know how much that corner can bite.
Yeah, I just looked up Alonso's lap time and he set a 2:08, and that'll be the reason why. That's the front angle of one unfold. Has the airbag gone off there as well in the A-Star suits? It looks like it might have just been. And Jorge Martinez Aspar, the team manager down there.
Joe Roberts ended up, he's on the entrance to the pit lane there, isn't he? It's telling us it's Salach. Maybe it is Philip Salach. I'm used to seeing the bright yellow of the number on the front, but Salach, who is a very tall chap. Of course, Roberts has now got the... he's tried to come into pit lane there. He was clearly coming over to the left-hand side to enter the pit lane. One of the most bizarre crashes you'll see. We've already seen Cormac Buchanan high side spectacularly out of there. And I guess from one extreme to the other, from Moto3 to Moto2. Weird old crash for Philip Salach, and could have done himself a mischief there.
Yeah, very strange. Glad to see the Czech rider walk in up inside the top four. Yesterday was Salach. Said he needed to work on his pace in FP2 this morning because he was lacking in that department. Was sort of only able to dip into the 2:07s on one occasion when he was working on the race pace. So a lot of time to catch up, and that's not what the doctor would have ordered for Philip Salach. So a real strange one when he's not pushing maybe a dirty part of the circuit, when he's asking for a bit more of the gas to head into pit lane, not sure, but the main thing is he's all okay. But yeah, a very, very weird one.
Try and check out what the track temperature would have been when the Moto3 session came to a close. Track temperature was 21 degrees. Moto2 were out here yesterday afternoon. Last time they were on track, the track temperature was 47 degrees. And of course, Salach on his way into the pits, he had slowed down. He was some 8 seconds off the pace through the third sector, and I wonder whether he just let the temperature drop out of his rear tyre, and then as he's tightened the line coming out of turn 19, he's just completely spun up the rear tyre and ended up spitting himself towards the Armco on the inside. Whatever happened, it was a curious old fall for Philip Salach, who, as mentioned, did get himself comfortably through to Q2 yesterday in 4th place. But to say, the deeper you look into the analysis, it was perhaps one big lap without an awful lot behind it for Philip Salach.
Yeah, exactly that. He did reference that after practice yesterday. He said very happy, of course, to get into the top 14 on a Friday, something he's done in every Grand Prix so far this year. Finished 14th on a Friday in Thailand and finished 14th again in Brazil, so just squeezing through. Didn't squeeze through yesterday, was very comfortable in P4, but yeah, not so comfortable on race rhythm, which of course what's going to count on Sunday. But if you can qualify on the top 2 roads, you're giving yourself a much better chance. It's Alonso Lopez, of course, sitting P1 at this moment in time. Lopez was not too happy, I don't think, yesterday with what unfolded, but he said they were trying many things to help understand what they needed. Struggled a little bit in Brazil in terms of making a few too many mistakes. That Senna Agius just carving up the inside of the number 21 Agius, a rider we were very pleased to see up inside that top 14 yesterday. A much better outing for Agius than it was over in Brazil. Here he is back in the box as well. Yeah, Lopez going well so far this morning ahead of Bowters, and then of course David Alonso as we get a little bit of a lull in this session.
Yeah, it's been a quietly positive start for Lopez in Grassini colours. Of course, reunited with a teammate that he has had a bit of previous with, it's fair to say. Sergio Garcia back in their Moto3 days. Points in each of the 2 Grand Prix so far for Lopez. Been roaring through the order from 19 7th in Buriram, of course helped by a couple of red flag stoppages to close the field up, but either way, point to points. And Alonso Lopez, he currently sits 11th in the World Championship. Let's ride on board then with Manu Gonzalez as he goes up through the gears from 4th to 5th, and he'll now hit 6th gear before he arrives at the biggest braking zone on this COTA circuit. 290 kilometers an hour he stops on. That's 180 miles an hour. 6th gear down to 1st, pleading that bike to stop as he skates past the apex of turn 13. You scrub off over 200 Ks through that corner, down to 60 kilometers an hour for turn 12. He's now negotiated 13, 14, and now tight left-hander for 15. The stadium section here, grandstand on your right-hand side with a beautiful view of that 3rd sector of the racetrack. And now this is a corner where you just have to be a little bit patient with the throttle. You can see him with the green bar at the bottom just gently feeding in the power, and now he's prepared to go full gas on the way out of turn 18. Now left into 19, the penultimate corner. Philip Salac left his bike just over to the left-hand side there on the way into the pit lane. Gonzalez is safely through turn 20, down to around 75 kilometers an hour. Another 1st gear tight left-hander. Gonzalez, the lap you just rode on board with, is the 2nd fastest lap of the morning.
Yeah, good lap time then from Gonzalez, and good to ride on board with the former championship leader for half a lap, and then we head down the road just where he did yesterday afternoon as well, turn 1.
2nd in 2 days for Manu Gonzalez, who was a little cross at himself for the mistake he made yesterday. He said, I've got a lot of margin, I just made lots of mistakes. Well, unfortunately, he started Saturday with another one.
Yeah, hopefully he's not going to try and start that machine on the track, because as we know, that'll cost him a double long lap penalty. Here we go then, pretty much copy and paste from his crash yesterday. He did say that he knows, or he knew that he needed to try and make up some ground in the braking zone. He's trying to keep that bike going. As you can see there, his left hand on the clutch on the left-hand side there. And when he did try and, make something happen up inside the braking zone at turn 1 yesterday, he hit the deck in pretty much exactly the same fashion. Good to see Gonzalez is all okay. The team aren't obviously going to be too pleased. There's not too much of a repair job on the hands of the mechanics down there at Intact. But yes, Gonzalez is, as you can just see, a speck on the right-hand side service road, has got that bike up and running, electric scooter, but I do think it's Manu Gonzalez who will try and find his way back onto the racetrack. So, yeah, a couple of small mistakes for Gonzalez so far this weekend, which we're not used to seeing.
Yeah, it's not an easy route back onto the racetrack here as well. It's such a vast facility here at this Circuit of the Americas. Yeah, certainly looked, didn't it, when we cut away from him, as if he was making an attempt to get the ring. So, of course, it's such a downhill gradient from turn 1 down to 2 that I guess in previous years the riders would see that as a perfect opportunity to get the bike running again. But I guess the stewards will be having a good look to not only look at the onboards, but I guess look at telemetry traces, and they'll be able to find out very quickly if that bike had stopped, and they'll also be able to see from the footage whether Manu was making an attempt to restart it. If he did, even if it's a brief attempt, as we saw from Angel Teixeira last weekend in Brazil, the stewards take a very dim view of that. Clearly it wasn't running, as he did ultimately move it to the service road. I guess a blot on the copybook for Manu Gas moments after setting that 2:06.4 to go 2nd.
Yeah, one to keep an eye on then towards qualifying, and of course ahead of the Grand Prix tomorrow. Gonzalez will be happy with the lap time, but not happy to make basically the same mistake 2 days in a row. This is teammate, of course, Senna Aegis. We mentioned that he had a good day yesterday after struggling both on and off track. Off track, very understandable with bottom folding, and of course that translates to on track as well. But great to see the young Australian back in some sort of form that we're used to seeing him in. Was unlucky over in Thailand, of course, the technical issue that cost him any chance of fighting for a podium and a victory from his debut pole position. But Aegis looking like the Aegis that we're used to seeing. A Grand Prix winner, of course, last year on the number 81, and this lap is going to take him up the timing tower, it looks like.
Yeah, should be just a couple of places up for Aegis. Should slot him in, potentially even ahead of Ortola, potentially P7 here for the 81. He's had a bit of an up and down, to put it mildly, start to the season. He actually goes 4th. A very strong final sector there for Aegis. Of course, the downs for the Intact team at the top in their control, given the tragic events of the lead up to the Brazilian Grand Prix and the loss of their much loved mechanic Robbie Lunaday. Of course, the place that he left within the team was filled by one of David Munoz's mechanics from the Moto3 squad, who was based out in South America. Of course, with Munoz not running here this weekend either, I guess it does at least take care of one problem for the team in terms of trying to find a replacement for Robbie, but emotionally still a very difficult situation for them, as the World Championship leader returns Aspar box. El Pistolero, it says on the back of his helmet, the nickname that Danny Holgado named himself. At the moment, he's shooting a little closer to the target. 2:07.0 for him, puts him in 9th spot. Still will not be by any means a comfortable passage through to qualifying 2 a little bit later on. We say it every weekend in Moto2, but it is so competitive. You look at some of the company that he's keeping in qualifying 1 later on. We've got Alex Escrich, who, like Holgado, was on the front row of the grid a week ago in Brazil. We've got Angel Tentangrace, who's already made Q2 in each of the first 2 Grand Prix so far this season. As you can see, Holgado there just using his body to try and keep everything on the straight and narrow through turn 10. And pick up some points potentially from his teammate David Alonso, who is certainly using his body in the best possible way to manoeuvre his machine around this 5.5-kilometre circuit.
Yeah, Holgado, it's not called the Horsepower Rodeo for nothing. And yeah, Holgado looking a little bit more comfortable on that replay than we saw David Alonso. Joe Roberts, talking of a little bit more comfortable, jumps inside the top 10. First time we're seeing the American so far on track this morning, and of course he was happy to get into Q2 directly for the first time this season. No better place to do it, of course, than on home soil. He's got a little bit of work to do to be with the top guys at Senna Aegis. Speaking of top guys, goes to the top of the time. She's a 2:06.369 for Senna Aegis. Top job done. We missed that, of course, on the timing tower on our screens as Aaron Canet shoves it up the inside of teammate Dennis Onchu at the penultimate corner down at turn 19. Canet was giving it his best yesterday, but it wasn't quite enough. We jump back on board with Gonzalez at turn 1. Does he make it around safely? I think that is yes. But yeah, good to see Roberts having a bit of a better weekend on home soil when it comes to the home fans. Yellow flags, though, out in sector 2.
I wouldn't make Dennis Onchu angry, Aaron, because he was already P28 yesterday at the end of running. He's had a bit of a tough time of it so far this weekend. We're running on board with Ethan Guevara trying to make up lost time, so it's not him that's brought out the yellow flags. It has now gone green, it would appear, on our track map. So was it a run-on for somebody, or was it a crash? We're still awaiting the answer. The answer was a crash, and the crash is for Colin Vire, who just set the fastest first sector of the session.
Yeah, and he's looking quite bewildered as to what's happened there. Colin Vire had a decent day yesterday. Looks actually really promising on the pace, did Colin Vire yesterday. Was one of the faster ones over the long run, and he mentioned that yesterday. Wasn't overly pleased with the position in terms of one lap pace, was P11, but straight into Q2 again is the Dutchman, but that isn't the way he would have wanted to end the session. Of course, as you mentioned, set the fastest first sector, so Vire was pushing on in the latter stages. He's up and okay, which is good news, but we obviously haven't seen what unfolded, how it unfolded, if anyone else was involved as well, as we focus back in on the American here in Moto2. The lap has just gone away for Roberts. I think he probably would have passed through the yellow flag, so it doesn't make too much of a difference on this time around for Smoking Joe.
Here he comes then across the line. He'll get another 3 laps if he's lucky, if he keeps pushing to the end of the session. 4 minutes of this session to go. Second covers the top 11, down to Vire at the moment, as the Stars and Stripes, one of the biggest flags I think I've ever seen at any venue anywhere in the world. We do say everything's bigger in Texas, and they're living up to that particular moniker with the flag which overlooks turn 1. It doesn't really, even from the TV cameras, doesn't quite do justice, does it, to how steep a climb that is. You come out of that final corner and just be faced with a wall of tarmac.
Yeah, it's, the first time you come here is always sort of fascinating and sort of eye-opening to see how big of a climb it is. You can obviously tell from the TV that it's a big climb, but as Lewis says, it doesn't do it justice at all, as Alonso Lopez gets turn 12 slightly wrong. That's Danny Holgado back out on track just ahead of him. I think the second biggest flag is the big Texas one coming out of when they come over the crest. You can see on the TV screens over turn 9 and into turn 10. They do things a little bit bigger here in America, and it's great to be in Austin, and it's great to see Joe Roberts on another fast lap time as well. Promising signs for the number 16, but everyone seems to be ramping up the pace in the latter stages. Arbolino a very, very quick first sector on the number 14.
Who's having a bit of a tricky morning further down the order? We've got Alex Escrich down in 25th place at the moment on the forward bike. He's just gone back out onto the racetrack after some time in the pits. And Keras, another one who's had a bit of a curious morning. He's at the back of the field at the moment in some 2.6 seconds in arrears, and as we reminded you at the start of the session, he's already on his back foot with 2 long laps to serve in tomorrow's Grand Prix. As we pick up Roberts again into the final sector. Podium finish here, of course, a couple of years ago was Joe Roberts. The American racing team have also had a pole in the form of Cameron Beaubier over the years too, so generally on American tarmac the American racing team do go well, as Roberts sets his best lap of the morning to stay in 10th place as Agius gets the rear out, stepping out a little bit there through 19 as he now tackles turn 20. To extend his advantage over Alonso Lopez as he tries to take the shortest run to the line. No improvement for Agius, it's in 2:06.5, but a decent run being put together here by the Aussie.
Yeah, very good stuff from the number 81. Is he going to get turn 1 a little bit wrong? Yes, he is, but doesn't go down the road like his teammate, keeping it upright. So I think that is Agius' session done, because he's obviously not going to get round in 1 minute 40. So that's as good as we're going to get from Agius, but as good as we're going to get, and it's P1. That's a job done in terms of setting a decent rhythm at the end of the session for Agius. This is Manu Gonzalez, of course, his teammate. Joe Roberts looks very strong in the first couple of sectors, doesn't he? Then loses a bit of time in the latter half of the lap, but good news for Roberts that he's able to set some personal and session best sectors in the opening couple. Guevara, good to see him back out on track. Those issues that we saw early on in the session, of course, yesterday afternoon as well, looked like they're potentially behind the Blue Crew Pramac squads. Guevara P16 at this moment in time.
Yeah, the Boscoscuro is not particularly competitive at this stage of the running. Perhaps would prefer the temperatures to be a little bit higher than they are. Chelsea and Vietti was very strong yesterday morning in FP1, but the top Boscoscuro, which was Vietti yesterday in practice, 8th place. Only 2 of them are automatically through to qualifying 2. The other 4 are in Canet and Denis Onchu for Marc Vidies, Alberto Ferrandez and Dennis Foggia, the teammates of Guevara and Vietti respectively, also going through qualifying 1 a little bit later on today. 12 Calex and 2 Boscoscuro as it stands, part of qualifying 2 a little bit later on.
Yeah, there's that third split then for Roberts. Of course, tyre wear coming into effect, but lost around about half a second on that last lap, I believe, in that third split, and lost a chunk of time there as well. Alonso, a bit of a quieter session this morning for yesterday's runaway time setter. Tony Arbolino going really, really well. That second split puts Arbolino pretty much 4/10 clear, and then he goes above 4/10 clear with the fastest lap time from Agius. Not sure whether Arbolino is just having a little bit of a mini qualifying for himself towards the end of the session. Look at that front end chatter on the front end of the number 80 of Alonso through turn 19. We know it's bumpy here, and Alonso keeping it all under control, but not under control is Danny Holgado, the championship leader. A crash for the number 96.
Yeah, he's in the second sector somewhere, so won't be too far away from where Via crashed a few months ago. Arbolino down to a 2:06.159, so he will top FP2, and he's pretty pleased with himself as he's dragging his knee along the ground on the climb up to turn 1. So the top 2 in the World Championship have both decked it in this morning session FP2. There is Danny Holgado, and clearly by the state of his leathers, it wasn't a slow crash for him.
No, hopefully we're going to get a replay. Good to see him walking away, of course. So this is coming into turn 7.
Yeah, same corner as Via.
Same corner as Via, same corner as Mario Aggi yesterday as well. And Yuma Sasaki, of course, crashed there too at a similar time, and it looks like he just hit a little bit of a bump potentially for Holgado. Thumbs up, which is good news for the championship leader, but not the weekend that the championship leader would have wanted heading into qualifying so far.
The aim was to rebuild the Danny Holgado confidence in FP2. I'm not so sure it was a successful exercise. 10th place, which is better than it's been looking for Holgado so far this weekend. 8/10 off the pace of Arbolino, who did move the goalpost with that little mini qualifying simulation late in the session, but a crash to complete FP2 for the points leader, who we will see on track later on in qualifying 1. As we mentioned, there are plenty of riders in that Q1 session that could spoil Holgado's afternoon later on when we go qualifying in Moto2. I'm sure you're with us later on following Moto3 qualifying, which is at 12:45 this afternoon. Q1 and Q2, of course, as always, immediately followed by the battle for the group positions in Moto2, which will gear us up for the third sprint of the MotoGP season, which gets underway 10 laps at 3 p.m. local time.
Yeah, looking forward to that one later on, and I think looking forward to qualifying will be Senna Aegis as well. A great job done from the Aussie to stick it in second place. Only Arbolino, of course, in the latter stages going ahead of him. So it looks like compared to yesterday, we've got a much more competitive Moto2 field. Of course, a lot can change heading into qualifying later on, but in terms of race pace and race rhythm, it looks like the chase have just closed down Alonso so far.
Yeah, Alonso ended the morning doing low 2:07s. The only rider who was lapping faster than him at that time on the circuit was Arbolino, of course, with his fresher tyres. Of course, Senna Aegis' last lap wasn't all that representative. We saw him going wide into turn 1. But the lap analysis will make interesting reading at the end of that session. Gonzalez, mixed back for him too, wasn't it? 4th place in the end, but that did include a second turn 1 crash of the weekend. That came on the heels of him saying yesterday afternoon, "I'm making too many mistakes around here." Made another one earlier on today. Alonso ends the morning in 6th on a 2:06.7. And a positive morning for Joe Roberts, who was just bumped out of the top 10 with that late improvement from Arbolino on his fresher rubber. With an up-and-down morning for OnlyFans American Racing, with Philip Salach having that bizarre get-off as he was trying to pull into the pit entry. Here's your fastest bike of the morning. Come on the Reds, you might be saying. Reds Fanting Racing fastest on this Saturday morning in Austin. Tony Arbolino on a 2:06.159. Just edging ahead of Senna Aegis right at the end of the session. Lopez third, having led for most of it. Manu Gonzalez with that slip up at turn 1 4th. Ahead of Barry Baltus, ensuring they're both Fantics inside the top 5. Alonso is 6th ahead of Munoz, Vietti, Ortola and Holgado. The points leader did crash at the end of the session. Roberts via Ferrandez, Sasaki and Huertas next up. Wasn't a great session for Ethan Guevara, who spent most of it in the pits. Not a great step forward either for Mark VDS. Canet Nunchu 17th and 19th, lead beside Mario Anchi. Piqueras 20th ahead of Sergio Garcia, Jorge Navarro and Philip Salach, who had that fall entering the pit lane. Van den Gorberg 24th ahead of Purasata, Rueda, Eskridge and Dennis Foggia, the substitute Speed RS. So Moto2 FP2 completed. MotoGP up next with qualifying to come this morning. Don't go anywhere. It's FP2 up first in just a second.
Renowned for its eclectic music scene, MotoGP's ready to rock and roll at the roller coaster circuit. The Americas, located around 20 minutes from vibrant downtown Austin, home to some of the world's biggest tech companies, and located 100 miles south of Dallas. Austin's motto is "Keep it weird," while the world's fastest riders are ready to keep it pinned on Sprint Saturday. It's time for MotoGP. This will be the 13th Grand Prix at the magnificent circuit of the Americas. First one, of course, 13 long years ago now, back in 2013, part of a massive 1,500-acre complex built back in 2012. 20 corners, the most on the Grand Prix calendar, crammed into a 5.51 kilometre layout. Very, very busy, very technical through that first sector. Turn 10 was a major talking point, the downhill left-hander yesterday after Marc Marquez had his big crash. The world champion, though, still able to bounce back and set the best time of day 1. Hardest braking zones into 1, 11 and 12. Good overtaking hot spots there as well. Good morning and welcome back to what is a rather chilly and cloudy COTA after the scorching hot conditions which kicked off our round 3 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship here in Austin, Texas yesterday. Well, the temperature has plummeted somewhat, as you can see from these live pictures. No blue skies for green for us this morning as we get set for a 30-minute FP2 session, and then ahead of what always are in COTA 2 dramatic qualifying sessions, 15-minute Q1 followed then by a 15-minute Q2 to see who will be our third pole starter of the new campaign, ahead of a 10-lap Tissot sprint underway at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon, and who'll be on pole for our 20-lap Grand Prix of the United States here in Austin tomorrow afternoon. In the live music capital of the world, there's always a special buzz, a special atmosphere and a special vibe around this circuit of the Americas on what was once again a very eventful practice Friday, especially yesterday afternoon in the hour-long session where we decided our automatic 10 qualifiers for Q2. It was 9 crashes in that hour-long session. The most high-profile fall, though, yesterday was undoubtedly the ex-King of COTA looking to reclaim his crown this weekend. Reigning world champion, factory Ducati star Marc Marquez, a 190km/h spill going through the 4th gear left-hander of turn 10 yesterday morning. Multiple scrapes and bruises and a bit of loss of skin for Marc on both arms as he looks to win his 8th Grand Prix here in Austin. Despite all of the morning drama, well, Marc delivered once again here at his beloved Austin. He did set the fastest time, a 2:00.927, saw him lead the way, going straight into Q2 with the very impressive Ayagura. What a time for Ayagura to find some form in time attack mode for the American-based Trackhouse Pro team. He was second. The Gian Antonio bet second, the world championship leader, Alex Marquez, Acosta, Martin Bagnaia, Marini and Bastianini. Those 10 have already got their places booked directly into Q2. Practice though, FP2 about to get underway this morning in the company of Matt Burton and Lewis. So there'll be Jack Appleyard down in what is a very fresh pit lane compared to yesterday's ambient temperatures, which nudged over 30 degrees. Well, he's a little bit beaten up, he's a little bit battered and bruised, but once again here in COTA, Lewis, a marker laid down in the sand by Marc Marquez, fastest once again.
And armed with some new rear aero for his Saturday morning in Austin as Ducati tried to take the technical fight to Aprilia as much as the fight on track. And yes, wasn't it just a very Marc Marquez kind of Friday, a dramatic crash in the morning. As we saw from him here last year when he crashed in the wet in FP1 in pretty high-speed circumstances, but rebounded as the world champion so often does to set the fastest lap time when he was riding within himself a little bit, I think it's fair to say, in afternoon practice. Even with that, he was able to go quickest, but there is a pretty large chasing pack still snapping at his heels.
Yeah, Marc Marquez fastest on a Friday for the first time since the Misano Grand Prix over in San Marino. At the back end of 2025, there were only 2 riders yesterday that managed sub-2:01 laps. One of them being the very impressive Ayagura, who said he's been urging himself to be a bit more aggressive, get a bit more attacking on a soft rear tyre. Well, he delivered, and perfect timing as mentioned in Trackhouse Racing's home Grand Prix. Agura is one of several fallers, one of those 9 fallers yesterday at turn 18. It was his best MotoGP Friday. First time he's ever opened his account in MotoGP on day 1 inside the top 3. Looking in fantastic nick, Lewis. And we've always been thinking, haven't we? If Ayagura can find some speed on a soft tyre, qualify well, he's going to be for sure a podium contender. He's certainly in the game this weekend.
Yeah, and I tried to get the answer from him yesterday as to what did change yesterday. Why was he so fast over 1 lap yesterday? And he was essentially saying, he initially said, I'm pushing harder, which I think was his way of saying that he's taking more risks now on a single lap, and he says he'll take even more this morning. I guess that's naturally going to be something that a rookie is going to try to understand in their first year, as Ayagura was last year. Second year, of course, every MotoGP circuit now, he's got some experience to build upon. It does look as if Ayagura is taking a genuine step forward.
There is the special American Grand Prix helmet design, the pop art design from Fabio Di Gianantonio, who once again he has built up some real strong momentum, hasn't he, in the early part of this 2026 campaign. Pole position he was 7 days ago down in Brazil. He backed it up with a great fight for the sprint victory with Marc Marquez. Then on the podium, wasn't he, in the Grand Prix. Digia is the GOAT. Well, will he be here this weekend in Austin? Really good start to the weekend for Digia. Again, one of several fallers yesterday. He was down in that practice session at turn 11. third quickest with a 2:01.114, just ahead of fellow Italian Marco Bezzecchi. P4 for Bears, 4 consecutive MotoGP victories, looking to make it 5 over 20 laps here in Austin tomorrow.
As you can see, it's been since 2014 that anyone has won the first 3 Grand Prix of a season. Marco Bezzecchi, I guess, facing the acid test for himself and Aprilia here this weekend. Can they beat Marc Marquez at Marc Marquez's historically favourite venue, circuit of the Americas? Flew a little bit under the radar, I think it's fair to say. Marco Bezzecchi yesterday, of course, there was so much going on elsewhere in practice today, with riders falling left, right and centre, as you mentioned. Bezzecchi wasn't one of them, and secured a comfortable passage through to practice into Q2 in 4th. Pecco Bagnaia also booked his spot, perhaps not as comfortable, but in the end Bagnaia got the job done.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing as far as the double MotoGP World Champion is concerned. He looked very, very good actually, did Bagnaia. If you delved into the lap-by-lap analysis yesterday on the medium rear tyre and over a distance runs on race pace, Bagnaia was probably top 3 contender without any question. I'm delighted for the Ducati factory team that he did get into directly into Q2 in 8th place, because he said yesterday if he hadn't done, he'd have trashed the place. He'd have been really, really angry. That was how desperate Pecco was to find himself in Q2. He did it with a 2:01.371. It was really, really close once again, wasn't it? The top 10 down from Mark to Enea Bastianini, split by just 6.5 tenths of a second on what's been a pretty disappointing weekend. Cool, it's very, very chilly, and it's because there's a bit of a stiff breeze blowing around this parts of the outskirts of Austin. A 2:00.927 was yesterday's fastest time. What do you think is going to be the best pace in qualifying later on this morning? Well, have a dabble.
Yeah, it's going to be around that 2-minute mark, isn't it, by the time we get into Q2. Yeah, it was blowing a gale yesterday evening after practice came to a close. Certainly the MotoGP field would have been glad that they weren't out practicing in that. The cowboy hats that myself and Jack were provided with on Thursday morning would have been blown halfway into downtown Austin, given how stiff the breeze was yesterday. So perhaps not quite the same challenge had they been running at that sort of time of the day, but certainly completely different conditions. When MotoGP were out practicing yesterday, the track temperature was 49 degrees. When Moto2 were out on track a few minutes ago, the track temperature was a good 20 degrees cooler than that.
Yeah, it is a fresh start to Sprint Saturday. Not expecting it to get anywhere near the scorching heat we had here yesterday. Who else caught the eye then on day 1 here on Friday? Jorge Martin impressing once again despite a get-off at turn 12. He did say, as we expected, with that recovering left wrist injury, he had recent surgery on pre-season. He was certainly struggling in the hard braking zones into left-hand corners. He locked the front, then he going into the first gear, turn 12 yesterday. Minor blip for the 2024 world champion. Still able to get himself through into 7th place. Didn't fully if he was like getting the best out of Michelin's soft rear tyre yesterday. And there are always, doesn't matter where you go, does it, on planet Earth, there are pockets of Aussie fans who find their way to come and roar on their favourite Jack Miller. Jack was a pretty respectable 16th yesterday, putting in more crucial development mileage on the new V4 powered Wiesdar M1. And Miller at 202.242 yesterday was just a couple of tenths behind the fastest Yamaha rider out. Circuit, which was Fabio Quartararo.
The Yamaha is just so hamstrung by a lack of ultimate top speed around this circuit. They are generally 4 of the 5 or 6 slowest bikes through the speed traps. Miller also really struggling to completely nail this first sector, which we're completing now on board with Costa, and that is Frankie Morbidelli directly in front of us. Certainly a rider who caught the eye in a negative sense yesterday, did Frankie. He was second slowest of the 21 that took part in practice.
Yeah, down at the first. Corner in practice, looked a little bit perplexed with that one. Yeah, his poorest Friday since the opening Grand Prix in Qatar. In 2024, when he was nowhere near full fitness, and was he recovering from a severe concussion in the pre-season. There is Anea Bastianini on the number 23 bike. Gunther Steiner was smiling yesterday afternoon, despite the bad news of losing Maret on day one here, as Marco Bezzecchi goes on the inside of the Tech 3 KTM.
Yeah, once upon a time we wouldn't have seen that happening. Seeing a KTM being absolutely monstered by an Aprilia down the main straight, but that's how MotoGP has really changed in 2026. Certainly one of the big strengths for Aprilia now is top end speed, and it's almost become a weakness for KTM, in part down to the aero configuration that they're running this season. To try and improve their cornering and manage their tyres better, they've sacrificed a bit of top speed as a result.
Yeah, crucial as well how you get off that low gear turn 11 to get the slingshot down that 1.2 kilometre back straight. Longest on the Grand Prix calendar, just 60 metres longer than the seemingly endless start finish straight in yellow. Johnny, of course, is where we produced the fastest ever top speeds in Grand Prix history. So the early laps being fired in here on this cool Saturday morning in Kota. A 203.316 has immediately put the Gian Antonio in early control. You can just see right now Fabio the Gian Antonio is just in that groove. So much confidence, so much belief, but once again he was there right inside that top 3. You pick up Ayagura, you know you're doing a darn good job around Kota when the only rider quicker than you in a MotoGP session is Marc Marquez, who is honing in on an 8th Grand Prix success here at his beloved circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. He stepped up yesterday on a soft tyre. We're going to see the same in Q2 a little bit later on this morning from the Japanese star.
Of course, it is a home Grand Prix for the Trackhouse team. Justin Marks, I believe, is due here today, the owner of the Trackhouse squad. They've got one rider in Q2 and one rider at the moment in qualifying 1 for the 3rd Q1 in a row in 2026. Ralph Fernandez will be part of that session. Not as desperate as it was for him at this stage of the Goiânia weekend last time out, but once again, Fernandez requiring a big 15 minutes in Q1 in about 45 minutes time to have any hope of starting towards the front of the grid.
He was talking big yesterday about his pace on the medium rear tyre. Felt like he was certainly top 5, top 6, went out on the Wall medium. a little bit of a return of his pre-season gremlins, he said yesterday, where we heard him talk constantly about the fact that he was struggling on the Udini in round one when he qualified third on the front row in Thailand. But yeah, as I just mentioned, 16th on the grid last time out in Goiânia, and once again finds himself in our opening qualifying session. So let's hope that he can reverse what was a pretty average qualifying down in South America last weekend. He's doing a pretty good job of it so far this morning, as you can see on the timing screens. Fernandez currently in P5 and on course at the moment to maybe knock Didier off top spot.
Yeah, with the cooler conditions, it's no great surprise to see so many out on the soft front tyre in this morning session. We've only got 3 of the 4 Aprilias. That's Fernandez, Bezzecchi and Martin out there on the medium front at the moment. Everyone else is on the soft front, and everybody bar 3 or 4 riders like Zarco, Marini, Acosta and Bezzecchi are the only riders on the medium rear at the moment. Everyone else is on the soft.
Yellow flags out in sector 4, which is right where Fernandez is. Always his teammate. His teammate Ayagura has gone down. It's the second fall of the weekend then for Agura, who went down at turn 18 yesterday. So Ayagura just down the final corner, 18 yesterday, 20 today. So he's fast, he's very rapid here in Kota, but a couple of spills very uncharacteristic of Agura, and he's not really a rider who you associate with throwing his motorcycle towards the gravel traps on a regular basis.
This is such a challenging circuit though, isn't it? The circuit of the Americas. We heard on Thursday the king of Kota, Marc Marquez, saying you need 3 different riding styles to nail this one. This is Agura. You just clip the curb maybe on the inside of the final corner, but either way, so easy to do in any kind of condition. So easy to make a mistake, because there are so many different challenges that are thrown in front of you here.
Yeah, he just picked up the throttle there, hadn't he, Agura, on the exit. Just take a little bit too much weight off that front tyre. Well, we've seen already, haven't we, the new Ducati Aero, which is catching the media's eye down in pit lane. It's certainly catching the eye of Jack Appleyard as well. And how is Marc Marquez shaping up after his big crash at turn 10 yesterday? Well, we can find out from the boss, Davide Tardozzi, who's with Jack.
Yeah, obviously great news. Marc out there once again this morning, which a lot of us feared might not be the case after that big crash around 24 hours ago. So how has he woken up this morning, Davide? I imagine a little bit sore after yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bit sore. Obviously, the right arm is the one that, the shoulder on the right is not perfect, and even the arm this morning, but it seems that it's not so bad. But we are really confident we can do a good race.
In terms of that rear aero that we see for the first time today, just interestingly, neither rider is on it at the moment. Very much an Aprilia-style aerodynamics package. Now, once upon a time, Davide, Ducati would lead the way when it comes to aerodynamics, when it comes to progression. Is it fair to say that you guys are playing catch-up in aerodynamics to Aprilia now? Because it very much looks like what we see on screen with Marco Bezzecchi.
Yeah, it's obvious that you have always to look to his leading, and it seems that Aprilia in this moment is performing very well, so why not to have a look at
It's been a suspect start for Pecco Bagnaia so far this season, but he's always told us that despite the results looking similar to last year, the feeling is very different. This feels like a really big day for Pecco, a really big morning. If he gets onto the front 2 rows of the grid, he clearly has the pace to be able to compete, but so far he's made key mistakes in qualifying.
Yeah. As I said already several times during the week, he made a big mistake in Brazil that compromised all the race. And he's really focused to make no mistakes, because here he won last year and is one of the most competitive rider in this racetrack. So we are closing the finger and we'll see.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to Ducati Lenovo team boss Davide Tardozzi. For so many years, of course, Ducati at the forefront of so much modern day technology in MotoGP, in particular aero, in particular ride height devices. They were copied by so many other factories. Well, if you can't beat them, join them. Aprilia built a phenomenal RSGP. What's the old saying? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I'm sure the motto is for Gigolini. Well, it's working for them. Yeah. Let's give it a go ourselves.
It's part of the game, isn't it? Everyone's trying to push the boundaries, and as Jack mentioned so often, everyone was looking in the direction of Ducati as the reference from a technical point of view, but there's been so much research and so much brain power put in Noali at Aprilia to try and move the goalposts and move the game forward, and it certainly appears as if they're doing that at the moment. And I think Ducati will really relish this challenge. They've been the clear dominant factory for so long, but they've definitely got a fight on their hands at this stage of 2026.
Some Texan fans there missing former Aprilia star Aleix Espargaro. And while we're talking about the veteran Spaniard who's still very much involved in MotoGP, of course, test rider for the factory Honda team, Marco Bezzecchi is the first Aprilia rider to lead the MotoGP World Championship in 4 years since Aleix did it after the Argentina Grand Prix back in 2022. Back in the Trackhouse garage is Agura crashing out on what was just his 5th lap of the session at turn 20. Marco Bezzecchi then is back in control of this FP2, a 201.789. He leads home at the moment, an all-Italian top 3, which does feature the Gian Antonio and Bagnaia on those GP26s. How's Mark faring? I was walking through the paddock this morning and just caught a glimpse of Mark and just asking him how he was, and clearly he just showed he's lost quite a lot of skin on the palm of his left hand. There's lots of cuts and bruises and scrapes on both arms. It's going to be a long 30 laps of race action here around Kota. We know how much Mark loves the place, but he is certainly going to have to dig deep if he is to add another victory. And of course, at the back of his mind as well, there's been spills out of the lead here in 2024. He crashed out the lead here 1 year ago. How's it getting on this morning? 9th fast at the moment is Mark with a 202.529.
Every time he grabs the front brake, that left hand will be screaming in pain. Whether he'll take any painkillers, we'll have to wait and see. This is the corner that's the source of lots of his pain when he crashed here yesterday morning. Marco Bezzecchi with a much more settled journey through turn 10 as you plunge downhill towards 11.
That's a ballsy old corner, isn't it? Turn 11.
Yeah.
Turn 10 has got to be one of the sort of now most scariest corners on the Grand Prix calendar. It's a blind entry, a blind crest into it. 4th gear, 190 kilometers an hour. We saw Mark part company with his factory Ducati yesterday. So many riders, we talked about this yesterday, they've talked about what's it like just attacking, full commitment, full attack mode going through turn 10. They just say, well, the sensation really, the only way we can describe it is it just feels like you're plunging off the end of the world. On top of the world at the moment, without any question, is Bez, and he's on top of the timesheet still in FP2. Oh, well, it's a massive home Grand Prix weekend, isn't it, for Trackhouse Aprilia. We've already seen them make a real strong start to 2026 double podium in Thailand for Ralph Fernandez. Agura as yet to finish outside of the top 6 in both sprints and both Grand Prix. He was second fastest yesterday. Does a big result, Peckin, in a big weekend for the American base team. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Brivio with Jack.
Yeah, certainly is a big weekend. And you're right to point out, Bertie, the form of Agura coming into the season so far. We spoke many times last year about the roller coaster 2025 he has, but so far he's, I know, only 2 rounds, but been able to find that consistent level, proven it yesterday that he's here to compete once again. How pleased are you with the level we've seen from I so far?
Yeah, of course we're pleased, but it's nothing, I mean, I wouldn't say we expected, but this is what we were working on. And what you call the roller coaster of last year, I think was very much influenced by the injury. We had 2 big injury, and when he got injury, it was a little bit of step back, and then time to recover and everything. So now, hopefully, if everything's going okay, I mean, we know he's fast, we know he has talent, and it's a matter to go through the first year of experience, to make mistakes, to learn, to understand, and we have seen him starting in the season more, I would say, more mature, more aware of what he can do, and but also not aware, but like having experience, he knows what to expect. Also the let's say the rhythm of the MotoGP is higher than Moto2. Moto2 you can take it more easy. MotoGP you have to be ready by Friday morning, and so he had to go through this process, and I think this year he has more mentally prepared to approach what the MotoGP requires. But this is a never-ending job. I mean, even if you race 15 years, I tell to everybody, you have always something to learn, and it's what he's doing. And so, yeah, so far so good. Let's see what's happening.
Been close to the podium on more than one occasion now, but still, Sprint and Grand Prix, that first podium eludes him. How much of a weight off the shoulders do you think it would be if I was to get a podium finish on either a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think we have to do this year. We have to stay as close as possible to the top position and take the opportunity when they come. Sooner or later, maybe you get an opportunity. We just have to be ready by that time. And this is what we try to do. Try to stay ready for that.
Thanks, Davide. Your mechanics have brutally interrupted us, so I'll hand back to the box.
Okay, ciao.
How very rude of those trackhouse mechanics to interrupt what is always a very interesting conversation between Jack and Davide Brim down there in pit lane. Yeah, you do get a sense that maybe the floodgates will open in terms of top three assaults from Amerikaa. Costing mistake he made this morning though. I mean, this session would have been a session where the riders would have been relying on gaining a lot of data and information ahead of this afternoon sprint and Grand Prix. But Amerikaa has only done 4 time laps before he tipped off that slow speed get off through the left-hander of turn 20. 5.495, the best from Amerikaa. Wasn't able to quite pull off a miracle save like Loris Baz did all those many years ago in MotoGP. Best saves I think we've ever seen. He was, I mean, it was a crash, and then somehow
went off for an age, didn't
he was a tall, lanky old fellow, was Loris, and yeah, he dug the elbow and dug the knee in, and somehow he found himself back upright and on 2 wheels.
Somehow managed to keep himself. That was somewhat 9 years ago now in qualifying for Loris Baz, who's had some baggers experience lately, and of course it's the Baggers World Cup debut weekend. They go racing later on following the Tissot sprint, so once we go off the air for the sprint later on, make sure you stay where you are because we have some further racing to come. Certainly enjoyed watching those on track in qualifying yesterday.
Well, here is your top Ducati rider in the World Championship so far this year, Fabio Di Gianantonio, and he's showing exactly just why he has got himself up into 4th in the rankings after our opening couple of Grand Prix. Right in the thick of the battle for the top 3 once again here in FP2. How are some of the Yamahas getting on? Some eye-catching performances from our MotoGP rookies at the moment. Maret for Pro Honda LCR, he's in 8th place, less than 7/10 away from Bez. Toprak Razgatlioglu, Triple World Superbike champion, in 12th place. I think it's going to be lights out very shortly for race 1 over at the Algarve International Circuit in Portimao. So if you want a bit of race action as well to accompany you, as well as a bit of practice and qualifying action in MotoGP, well, yeah, our World Superbike colleagues are about to get underway in Portimao.
Yeah, the roller coaster and the rodeo both showcasing the very best on 2 wheels this weekend. And here is certainly the best historically around the circuit of the Americas, Marc Marquez, who has not had an awful lot of luck on his side so far this season with the freakish issue in Buriram when he clipped the curb at precisely the angle to just launch the tyre from the rim when his rim was damaged. And then, of course, a very minute mistake that he made on the Sunday afternoon, which saw him relinquish 3rd place to Fabio Di Gianantonio. Sprints haven't been the biggest of problems for Marc Marquez so far, which will serve him well later on this afternoon, but so far on a Sunday, no Grand Prix podium for Marc Marquez from the first 2 Grand Prix.
There you go, bang on 1,200 metres. That is the length of the longest straight on the Grand Prix calendar. As mentioned in the build-up, this Circuit of the Americas track is built over a sprawling 1,500-acre complex. It is massive, 20 corners, lots of hard braking zones, lots of fast change direction. It will come as no surprise to all of you watching at home that this track design was heavily influenced by ex-certain 1993 500cc world champion Kevin Schwantz. Designed primarily by Herman Tilke, of course, with input from Schwantz, drawing inspiration from the likes of Istanbul Park, Hockenheim and Silverstone. So yeah, it has a little bit of everything. Does this Austin track, and it is probably one of the most physically demanding circuits in the Grand Prix calendar. I think, Lewis, these riders are going to be quite relieved that there's about 10 degrees lobbed off the ambient temperature here today, because when it is hot, when there's so many busy sections, sector 1, lots of hard braking zones, fast change of direction, it really is punishing, taxing on the old body.
Yeah, you have to be the ultimate all-rounder around a circuit like this. That first sector in particular, of course, it's not just a change of direction on the bike, because you've got to maneuver your body from one side to the other. You're very much part of the machine through that first sector, and if you've got a motorcycle that doesn't handle particularly well, it'll make that job extra difficult. With his physical issues already to grapple with, this Beritamotogp, who of course returned from his broken femur last weekend in Goiânia, and I guess back-to-back Grand Prix in Goiânia and in Austin, Texas. Not the ideal welcome back to MotoGP for Beritamotogp, but doing a solid job so far. He was 12th at the end of practice yesterday, just a 10th off back-to-back Q2s.
Yeah, a real shame he didn't make it straight through, because it was another heroic effort, riding above and beyond the call of duty right now. Is Aldegard still hobbling around the paddock with the aid of one crutch. He tried yesterday, he said, let's just try and see where the pain threshold is. Try without painkillers, and I think he quickly realised, incorrect decision.
Yeah.
I need some medical assistance to help me get through, well, certainly the full hour-long practice yesterday. But he's doing a phenomenal job, isn't he, right now, is Aldegard. So great to see him fighting for that top 10 once again.
Michele Colonnino there, the CEO of the Piaggio group, which of course are so central to Aprilia. Someone had some issue, they certainly have, because that's a heavy crash we can hear in our headset. Someone down in the first sector through turn 2, that'll be quick.
That will be quick. It's Alex Marquez. Alex Marquez at the moment is completely at odds with that GP26. He said yesterday, I'm not riding naturally, I'm overthinking things, struggling to stop the bike. This is going to be a fast one, isn't it? Down the hill goes Alex, third gear through that, went early. 175 kilometres an hour. So Alex, his tough weekend goes from bad to worse. He was on the floor at turn 1 yesterday afternoon, and now he's on the deck at the first corner here this morning.
Yeah, that was his first time lap, so he just completed an outlap. And Marco Bezzecchi is also down. The World Championship leader has had a problem too. He's also down in the first sector. So with the CEO of Piaggio watching on, he's seen his lead horse go down in the latter stages of this FP2 session, of course, with qualifying coming up right around the corner.
Yeah, Bez on the back of the ladders. We've only got the Z that's surviving at the moment. That's a real quick get-off, isn't it, for the World Championship leader. Slides rather harmlessly, thankfully for his sake, on his backside.
Looking at where the bike ended up, watch this bike. It goes all the way on a journey, all the way to the fence. They're going to have a major job at Aprilia to have any hope of, first of all, they've got to get the bike back, but then Bez might once again find himself going into qualifying with just one bike at his disposal.
Yeah, he was under the cosh, wasn't he, big time last weekend in Goiânia in that exact same scenario. Still was able to qualify on the front row of the grid in second place, and when he went down there in this session, he is still leading it. Iagura was just trying to rebuild some confidence after his early crash at turn 20. He's got down to a 2:03.162. Just wonder whether it's an awful long time as you go through that downhill turn 2 for Alex Marquez. An awful long time you've been on the right-hand side of the front tyre, whether it was just a drop in the temperature on the right-hand side. It is a very, very cool late March morning here in Austin.
Yeah, like Alex Marquez, that was Bezzecchi's first time lap having left the pit. So had he just not got the temperature up in those tyres by the time he approached, he made it further round than Alex, only a further 4 corners before he went down at turn 6. But it just shows how in any condition, be it hot or cold, this circuit can bite.
It's already bitten Agura twice. This time around, there's no problem. The trail breaks deeply for the apex into 11. And now this is crucial. You have got to get some good drive here now out of that 11. One to try and set up a slipstream and set up maybe an attack on the brakes yourself into 12, but also to make sure that you're not going to get attacked on this long 1200 metre run down to this turn 12. This is where we pick up Mark now on the number 93 bike. Those damaged hands are going to be feeling really sore. He said the two words that came out of his mouth, he said, that's okay, but I was stiff and sore. Not surprised after what happened to him in FP1 yesterday. As Jack just pointing out, Mark on this newly designed aero for the very first time. By Mark's note, it's been a low-key FP2. He's in 11th place. Yellow flags out in sector 1. Somebody else has gone down then in that fast turn 2. It's not Anea Bastianini.
It's not an LCR Honda. It's certainly a white indicator on the turn 2. Yes, Diogo Moreira, who's done very little wrong so far in his rookie campaign in MotoGP, but he's gone the same direction as Alex Marquez.
Yeah, you just wonder whether this is predominantly temperature related or lack of, so to speak.
Yeah,
Mark Marquez is fastest, a 2:01.714. So on that new aero, well, Mark will be saying, how come it's taken us till round 3 to fit this onto the GP26? Mark then a 2:01.714 back in P1 here in Austin.
We still haven't seen any sight of Diogo Moreira, but the yellow flags are still out at turn 2 in the first sector, which isn't going to inconvenience Pecco Bagnaia as he now makes his way through the third sector. And in many respects, this session isn't really the key session for Bagnaia. It's Q2, of course, flopped his lines on the first lap of qualifying 2 last time out in Goiânia, when he should have been starting much higher up the order than the 11th place that he started from. Yet to start from the top 10 of a Grand Prix so far this year. Pecco Bagnaia, Q2, huge for him.
Brutal conditions in the sunshine yesterday and the cloud cover here today. 21 rides on our slightly depleted field with no Maret Vinales. 12 of those 21 have now fallen so far here this weekend in Austin. Jorge Martin over the line, yeah, class ride that, class. 2:01.563 from Martin. That's pushed him up into P1 as his crew chief Daniele Romagnoli looks on. In the upcoming Q2 session, which he will be part of, Jorge Martin will be looking for his first pole position since the Australian Grand Prix at Phillip Island at the back end of 2024.
This is a look at the Bezzecchi crash then through turn 6. And, very quick that washed away from Marco Bezzecchi, and the second Saturday in a row where he's brought a bit of extra pressure on himself with qualifying coming up.
Hasn't made too many errors this year, has he, Bezzecchi? Absolutely zero chance of saving that one in the first sector. And of course, the standout mistake he made so far this season was when he crashed from pole position in the sprint on our opening race action of 2026. So Martin then leads it. We've got the two factory Ducatis, his closest company behind. Bezzecchi 4th, although back in the garage now licking his wounds and hoping that somehow he can have 2 Aprilias at his disposal in our second qualifying session. Diogo Moreira, when we mentioned it at one stage, he was inside the top 10 and looking strong, wasn't he, the Brazilian rookie? Well, we're going to get a replay now of him, just ahead of Alex Rins, and that's just pretty much the exact same crash that senior rider Alex Marquez had. Thankfully for Diogo as well, he just slides into the gravel trap, long run off there on his backside. Oh, Agura's gone down. Oh, Agura's down at turn 2. Agura then now has gone down at turn 2. Second crash of the morning, 3rd of the weekend so far. So
turn a bite for qualifying.
Turn 2 is turning into a bit of carbon chaos here at the moment in Kota, isn't it? Well, he's the 3rd rider now in the space of what, 5-10 minutes that's gone down at 2.
Yeah, yellow light panel, you can see it just over to Ayagura's left. You should be able to catch a glimpse. We don't, unfortunately, because of the crash, but I definitely, like Jack in our ears, saw a yellow light panel there flashing for Ayagura, who got away with it yesterday when he crashed soon after Pedro Acosta, when there were yellow flags waving, because he hadn't had the sufficient time to react to the crash. He crashed pretty much instantly after Acosta, but potentially once again Ayagura is going to be sweating a little bit. More yellow flags, of course, for his crash. Fortunately for him, the first of the 2 falls he had turn 20 wasn't a particularly fast one, so that bike should be ready for qualifying 2.
Well, Justin Marks' repair bill for his home Grand Prix is skyrocketing right now. Then Azagura on the deck for the 3rd time. And of course, this does beg the question about bikes available for him in the upcoming Q2 session. Let's go down to Jack.
Yeah, the good news for the Japanese rider is that crash was on the very same bike that he crashed the first time around. Obviously, that was a pretty slow one, and they were able to do a quick repair job on Ayagura's machine. So he does have the number 2 bike sat there in the garage waiting, which they are now feverishly working on ahead of his Q2 appearance coming up.
Thanks very much, Jack. Good spot. 2 crashes in the space of 9 laps then this morning for Agura. And each one of them is just going to sap that little bit of confidence and the momentum that he gained yesterday with that brilliant 2nd place. Bettered only by Mark on day 1 here in Austin. Well, that's kind of already been sucked out of his sails, hasn't it, right now? Not so much going, unfortunately, for Frankie Morbidelli, who had a pretty torturous Friday here in Austin. He's right at the wrong end of the timesheets as well. Today, 20th yesterday, 19th fastest this morning.
I do wonder, with Ayagura having literally said yesterday that my better single lap performance is coming from pushing harder and taking more risks, is he going to be a little bit reluctant? Is he going to be a little bit risk averse in qualifying 2 coming up, having had 2 crashes in the space of 25 minutes already today?
Cool, that's another moment through 10 for Mark, wasn't it? Oh yeah. He's rolled out of this one by the looks of it, because that was a big moment for Mark. Back under the bubble then now, attacking out of 11. He's got Marini for company. So lots and lots of rumours linking Luca Marini with a factory Yamaha seat in 2027. Pedro Costa, my eyes are drawn to the former world champion leader because he's just set the fastest 2nd sector of the morning. Checkered flag is out. Well, day 1 here in Kota was a bit of a crash fest, and the start of day 2 has been exactly the same, hasn't it? With 2 falls for Ayagura, big ones as well for Alex Marquez and Diogo Moreira down the hill, the fast right-hander into 2.
And of course, the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, in the middle of turn 6. He's taken the checker flag on his number 2 bike, but once again, he's potentially heading into a qualifying session with no safety net of a 2nd bike, just a 1 bike available to him. Here comes Acosta then into the final couple of corners. Lost a quarter of a second in the 3rd sector, which is where he is worried that he's going to hemorrhage time here this weekend. Sector 3, which takes in the bulk of that 1.2-kilometre back straight, is where Acosta is losing so much of his time, and he's going to have to try and override that KTM everywhere else around this circuit to get it up the grid.
Yeah, he said yesterday, like several riders did, just couldn't quite get the best out of a Michelin soft rear tyre. Godfrey Neumeister, the KTM CEO, embracing the local Texas culture here with his Stetson on. Yeah, Costa said if he's going to have any chance of fighting for the podium in the Sprint and Grand Prix today and tomorrow, has to find himself qualifying inside that top 5. Otherwise, it'll be adios podium hopes as far as he's concerned. His words, not mine. Never discount Acosta when we're riding here in Austin. Led his first ever MotoGP race very early on in his Premier Class career back in 2024. He's going to end that session, or he has ended that session, in 6th place. Jorge Martin. Well, he's a bit concerned about how long he might be able to hang in the fight, particularly over the full distance of 20 laps tomorrow. The main concern is that recovering left wrist, which he had pre-season surgery on just a few weeks ago. This was the big moment as he rode on the inside curb there for Mark.
A bit too greedy there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Good morning, Mark. How are we doing through turn 10 this time around? Well, he said yesterday he was too optimistic. He completely, as he so often does, he just said it was the crash yesterday morning, completely my fault. He immediately, because he loves Austin so much, went into autopilot mode, didn't he? He loves the left-handers, particularly fast left-handers where you really have to be aggressive, you really have to muscle the bike around. Look at the suspension decompressing there, and he's just along for the ride on the horsepower rodeo. Thankfully, on this occasion though, he is not flying through the gravel trap on the exit as he was yesterday, and he's once again in the game as we rode on board there with Mark. Fastest yesterday afternoon, 2nd quickest this morning. This has got a very 2024 feel to it, hasn't it? The top of the timesheets, Martin, Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia, your top three.
Yep, 2 factory Ducatis and 2 factory Aprilias inside the top 4. Gian Antonio 5th from first of the KTMs. Pedro Acosta first of the Hondas was Joan Mir in 8th place. We'll be seeing him shortly in qualifying 1 after he was the odd one out in 11th yesterday in practice. And a shout out once again, top Yamaha this morning in free practice 2. Top back Razgatlioglu up in 15th place.
So Martin, just more and more confidence coming his way. Double podium in Guayana last weekend and fastest in FP2.
A 2:01.5 for Jorge Martin, saw him a 10th.5 clear of Marc Marquez. Factory Ducati 2nd and 3rd. The factory Aprilia's 1st and 4th with points leader Bezzecchi in P4 despite his fall at turn 6. Gian Antonio 5th ahead of Acosta, Aldeguer, Mir and Alex Marquez, who was one of 3 fallers at turn 2. Ralph Fernandez completed the top 10 ahead of Bastianini and Moreira, who was one of the other 3 who went down at turn 2. Binder, Marini, Toprak, Agura 16th after falling twice. Fabio Quartararo next up on the Yamaha ahead of Johan Zarco. Frankie Morbidelli, whose weekend shows no sign of improvement. He just had Alex Rins and Jack Miller behind him.
Yeah, tough going at the rodeo right now as far as Frankie Morbidelli is concerned. No problems though for Jorge Martin, the 2024 MotoGP World Champion. On song and banging form here as we arrive in Austin, Texas, and he goes into qualifying fastest in FP2. Who's going to be on our COTA pole? Join us very shortly for Q1 and Q2 action here at the White Knuckle Roller Coaster Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Welcome back once again to Austin. Welcome back to Texas. It's the Red Bull Grand Prix of the United States. We have been to Southeast Asia, we've been to South America. Our 3rd stopover on our 22-round World Championship campaign this season brings us to North America. Of course, our first visit here all the way back in 2013. The 38th US Grand Prix coming your way here this weekend, and there's no better vantage point of this magnificent COTA circuit than right at the top of that wonderful observation tower. 252 feet is the highest vantage point you can have, a proper bird's eye view. 25 floors, 419 steps if you're not lazy enough to take the elevator right up the way to the top. It'll get the heart rate flowing, won't it? Heart rate's about to go through the roof as we go MotoGP qualifying in Q1 and Q2 here in COTA. In our opening session will be Joan Mir, Fermin Aldeguer, Ralph Fernandez on the podium twice in Buriram, Johan Zarco and fellow Frenchman Fabio Quartararo, Jack Miller, Diogo Moreira, Toprak Razgatlioglu, Brad Binder, Frankie Morbidelli, and all 4 Yamahas in this opening 15-minute session completed by Alex Rins. As you saw there on the graphic, we'll just clear it off. Those already through into Q2, your top 10 from yesterday afternoon. World champion Marc Marquez, Agura, the Gian Antonio, Bezzecchi, the world championship leader, Alex Marquez, Acosta, Martin, Bagnaia, Marini, Bastianini. Jorge Martin just led FP2. Agura was 2nd fastest yesterday, P2 yesterday, but 2 crashes already this morning in what was a very eventful FP2 for the Japanese rider. And world championship leader Marco Bezzecchi has also been on the floor this morning. He was down in that 30-minute FP2 session at turn 6. Wakey, wakey, Fermin Aldeguer, a big yawn inside the box. Maybe just still a little bit of a jet lag. He's going to have to be wide awake there now to try and get himself through into this second qualifying session. Fermin Aldeguer, close, wasn't he? Very, very close. We just saw briefly Joan Mir there, didn't we? He was only 300ths of a second away from Q2, and only 400ths behind him was Aldeguer.
Well, a week ago, this man produced one of the great qualifying laps to put that Yamaha in 4th place on the grid. It's going to take something similar here, I think, from Fabio Quartararo to put a Yamaha in qualifying 2, because they are very much back on their back foot this weekend. All 4 Yamahas going through this qualifying 1 session. The fastest of them, we remind you, in Prix Practice 2 earlier on this morning was top pack Razgatlioglu, but surely any hope of Q1 hinges on another superhuman display from El Diablo.
Well, qualifying so far this season has been a bit of a mixed bag as far as Trackhouse Aprilia's Ralph Fernandez is concerned. A brilliant front row to kick off the campaign over in Buran, which really was a platform for his stunning round 1 success. 3rd on the grid at the Chang International Circuit, 3rd in the sprint, 3rd in the Grand Prix. But then it was a 16th place on the grid in Goiânia last weekend. He's got it all on to get himself out of what is always a super competitive Q1 session, as the Aussie fans with their inflatable kangaroos get set to cheer on one of their own. There are the latest Spargo fans back out in force, and the Aussie flags, the 43 fans here as well. Jack Miller was 16th fastest at the end of play here yesterday.
Here's Johan Zarco, who we saw letting his frustration get a little bit the better of him when he overshot turn 12 in FP2. He's been, I guess, struggling to have a bit of a settled bike underneath him, which is the comparison he drew with Luca Marini yesterday. Marini on a bit of a settled setup at Honda, which allowed him to get through to Q2. Honda surely have a bit of a chance here. Ralph Fernandez should be one of the favourites based on reputation and the machinery underneath him coming into this Q1 session, but with Frankie Morbidelli on the Ducati and Fermin Aldeguer in this session, both with their own various problems, be it physical or technical, coming into this session, that could open the door for potentially a Mir or a Zarco to book a place in Q2 for Honda.
If you're wondering at home why we only have 11 riders participating in this opening session, if you are joining us for the very first time this weekend, Maverick Vinales, unfortunately, Red Bull KTM Tech 3 rider, did withdraw during the lunch break here yesterday. A screw has worked loose, or part of the operation process, the recovery process that he had after suffering that nasty left shoulder injury at Q2 in the Sachsenring. Vinales already probably on his way back to Europe, actually. Surgery in Italy on Tuesday just to reattach the screw to the tendon. Vinales hoping to be back in action for his home Grand Prix in Maret at the back end of April. So just 11 riders fighting then for our 2 places in Q2 coming up shortly.
No lack of incentive in this qualifying 1 session. So of course, in both of the Q1 sessions so far, we've had at least 1 rider, or in the case of Brazil 2, advance through it and onto the front row of the grid by the time qualifying 2 is completed. Ralph Fernandez here was the rider who did that in Buran round 1 of the season. Of course, when we were having the same conversations about Ralph Fernandez's ability to get a single lap out of a soft rear tyre, if he can figure that out in qualifying 1 and book his place in Q2, then could put him in very good shape for Q2.
Goiânia was a very unique affair this time last week. First time in MotoGP history, 2 riders who came out of Q1, which then was Bezzecchi and Di Gianantonio, then went on to occupy our top 2 places on the grid after the second qualifying session. Alex Rins, more misfortune, came the way of a serial Grand Prix winner hit in Kota just at the moment when it was full-on time attacks in that practice session yesterday. I don't think they were struggling to get both of those V4 powered M1s fired up down in pit lane. Of course, a rider who has a stellar record here, doesn't he? Wins in MotoGP in 2019 and 2023. That 2023 victory, the first for LTO Honda since Cal Crutchlow had won at Termas in 2018. Only rider ever to win at Austin with 2 different brands, a winner for Suzuki and for Honda. And he's the only rider actually on circuit here in Texas who's won across all 3 Grand Prix classes: Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP. It's just a shame, unfortunately, at the moment. Alex Rins just doesn't have a competitive motorcycle underneath him to attack for another win here at his beloved Kota.
Yeah, Marc Marquez is the king of Kota, then Alex FP&Sprint is next in line for the throne, isn't he? As these outlaps are completed, and it is Fermin Aldeguer who is going to lead us over the line. Of course, such a long lap here, 5.5 kilometers in length, a lap of just over 2 minutes. So this session will go by very quickly.
Aldeguer then up the hill into turn one. His teammate Alex Marquez was caught out there yesterday afternoon. Alex also caught out right here. Down the hill, third gear, 175 kilometers an hour. They go through turn two, and then now into what is going to be a very demanding opening section as far as Aldeguer is concerned. You're trying to put your weight through the foot pegs to help the high-speed change direction. It's just in those transitions where Aldeguer will be struggling. Saw him yesterday with the shorts on. He's lost so much muscle mass on that left leg. You can just see the difference between the muscle mass he's been able to retain with the right leg, and then with that left thing he broke on January the 9th over in Valencia. I have to say, it was a mighty impressive return to action, wasn't it, in Goiânia last weekend, given the fact that he missed the whole pre-season, missed the opening Grand Prix in Thailand. To come back and be top 10 competitive, fighting for the top 6, just shows what a class act Aldeguer is.
Yeah, he needs more time physically to get himself back up to speed, and also needs more time to fully understand and learn the bike that's underneath him. Of course, didn't get any pre-season testing in because of that injury, so Aldeguer in many respects is playing catch up in this 2026 season. Trying to catch him up on these first flying laps of Q2 are Brad Binder on the Sol KTM in this Q1 session, and Toprak Razgatioglu, who has got a genuine shot here of being top Yamaha on the grid.
We'll track them now. It was Razgatioglu on the 07 bike. Tested through the first 3 sectors as he looks to keep tabs with South African Binder ahead of him. Just the 2 left-handers of 19 and 20 now left for the 3-time World Superbike champion. I think he's finding not necessarily the transition over to a MotoGP bike, sort of stiffer prototype chassis, much more power. It's still that transition over onto the Michelin rubber, the completely different riding styles, the way that you have to set up the bike on corner entry and for corner exit as well. Razgatioglu, though, fair play to him, behind Aldeguer and behind Binder, has fired in a 2:01.902, which is his first 2:01 of the weekend. So yeah, he's flying this morning.
As is Joan Mir, 2:01.324. His best lap of the weekend too. That would have put him automatically into Q2 yesterday. He did a 2:01.6 yesterday, did Mir, just running up behind Johan Zarco and the LCR Honda, who currently sits third. It's Mir and Raul Fernandez in your early top 2 after the first initial flyers.
With the cooler conditions, much cooler than what we experienced yesterday. I mean, how far will the lap times drop compared to what we did see yesterday? 2:00.864 is the absent Maret Vinales' all-time lap record on that incredible weekend that Top Gun had here in 2024, when he just ran away with the whole weekend when he was on the factory Prix at pole position. Big victory, an epic fight back through the field to take the Grand Prix win on Sunday. So it's Joan Mir and Raul Fernandez, the 2 Spaniards that at the moment are going through into Q2. Look at this, another impressive lap coming in from Razgatioglu here.
This is the sector though, isn't it, Matt, where he's going to lose time on that M1 Yamaha, as Mir has a very strong second sector too. We pick up Toprak now through the 3rd sector, which will complete as he just comes out of the tight left-hander of 15. What might have helped him, of course, is having a bit of a toe up ahead of him from Brad Binder's KTM as Toprak clicks through the 3rd sector now, and he's lost 0.4 of a second.
It's pretty encouraging. He's not getting massively dropped here by both Mir and Binder. He's estimated to maybe pick up 1 spot. Joan Mir already in control of this Q1 session, just looking to consolidate his place at the top. 2:01.324. That was some opening salvo, that wasn't it, by Mir, because he was almost 0.4 of a second clear of anybody else out on circuit. Razgatioglu improves further, down to a 2:01.745. Team boss Gino Borsoy looking on. Fair play to Razgatli at the moment. He is, what, that 201.745 is 0.8 of a second quicker than his teammate Jack Miller, who has just closed that gap down, to be fair to Miller. He just put himself in the 201. Fabio Quartararo at the moment is right at the very back on the timing screen. We've got yellow flags out in sector 3. Quartararo has done nothing better than a high 205 at the moment.
It's only he and Rins in the third sector, and it is Quartararo down in the third sector, so he's down, I think, at turn 15, one of the slowest corners on the circuit. But Quartararo's difficult weekend showing no signs of improving here.
Yeah, and just like he fell off the side of that Yamaha. Almost got a slap in the face there as well, kicking him while he was down. Yeah, it's like he just had the moment. There was enough to sort of just throw him off the side of the bike, and that was it. He was along for the ride. So at the moment, Fabio Quartararo, halfway through this Q1 session, he's been able to quickly remount the bike and get back to pit lane, but as it stands right now, this can't have happened too many times in his MotoGP career. Fabio Quartararo will be starting outside of the top 20. 11th place he is at the moment, and it does not make for pretty reading for the factory Yamaha team at all, does it? Because at the moment, Alex Rins will be starting 20th, Fabio Quartararo 21st. I mean, right now, those two are being not only outpaced, but outclassed by Razgatli and Miller.
The monster Yamaha is being monstered by Pramac at the moment, and you can't say enough good things about what Toprak's doing at the moment in this session. He's only 1/10 of a second at the moment away from back-to-back qualifying twos, and it would be a heroic effort if Toprak can do that. So Fabio Quartararo in 11th, not really a representative lap time to his name yet. This is part of the reason why he now watches with us what happened to him at turn 15. So the front end is going to momentarily wash away, and then he's got to make the decision to let go of the bike because he's hanging on to it because he doesn't want to lose the engine, and he can restart the bike, but then ultimately have to make the decision to let go of the bike before it ran over him.
Last time he found himself this deep on the grid, potentially, he has still got time to rectify the situation, was when he was 23rd on the grid in the Spanish Grand Prix of Jerez in 2024, nigh on 2 full years ago. So after the opening exchange in Q1, it is Mir and Ralph Fernandez that will be going through. I have to say at the moment, Mir's coasting this. He's exactly 4/10 clear of Fernandez in second place. Razgatli riding the rodeo. He's certainly all commitment. He's not backing off, is he, at all? As he tries to find a tune out of that V4 M1, and this would be some early scalp, wouldn't it? In just his 3rd ever MotoGP race for Toprak to be the top Yamaha on the grid. He's 4th at the moment, which would translate to 14th on the grid. Further back, 3 places further back at the moment is Miller.
How hard Mir's trying to get that Honda stopped into turn 12 as you're braking from around about 340 kilometers an hour down to 65 into turn 12. Mir clearly successful in getting that Honda stopped and kissed the apex of the tight left-handed hairpin, and does he feel he can improve on a 201.2? Helmet's on, gloves are on, he's clearly going to go out there and try to improve, but a 4/10 of a second advantage, going to be tough for one rider to beat that, let alone 2.
Yeah, somebody's got to find something pretty special late on here to deny Mir top spot. 201.210. Well, that would have put him 5th quickest yesterday in considerably hotter conditions. So he may well feel, as he talks to crew chief Santi Hernandez there on the headset, of course, Santi Hernandez at the side of Marc Marquez for so many, well, all of his glory years. When he was at Repsol Honda, he was at Marc's side when he won those previous 7 battles here in Austin. Mir surely will feel that 201.2 is job done already. I mean, Aldeguer's got to find pretty much half a second to get anywhere near Mir to knock his fellow Spaniard out of the top two.
So Brad Binder currently 5th on the sole KTM in this session. Remind you, no Maverick Vinales for the rest of the weekend, but Enea Bastianini and Pedro Acosta are already through to Q2. So Binder 5th, Zarco down in 6th. And much like we saw in Goiânia, Diogo Moreira is heading out right on the tail of the 2020 World Champion Joan Mir to pick up some pointers. Moreira might well have left a little bit of margin on that first run, given he's only got one bike at his disposal.
A right old conundrum at the moment here in Kota is what the heck is going on with Frankie Morbidelli. On the Ducati GP25, I mean, he was nowhere yesterday, was poor old Frankie, a crash at turn 1 when he was 20th, 1.6 seconds off the best pace. At the moment, once again, comfortably the slowest of the Dukes here in Austin. 202.117 from Morbidelli. Again, he's almost a second off of where he needs to be. As we follow Ralph Fernandez then through this incredibly busy first sector. Just constantly manoeuvring the bike from left to right, really demanding on the upper body, that's for sure. Start climbing up then now as Fernandez picks up the throttle once again. Here he is now. Through turn 9, and then on the gas, down the hill through turn 10. Good lap this actually from Raul. He's giving Mir a bit of a run for his money here in this Q2, and Fabio Quartararo also threatening a big lap, as he so often does when he's in a qualifying session.
Both of the Frenchmen are making improvements. John Zarco's also done a first sector. You can see on the left-hand side of your screens as he's looking to pick up time. Ralph Fernandez also picking up time. A low 201 surely is what he needs here, with Aldeguer also going quickly. So Joan Mir maybe not as safe as we initially thought.
Yeah, it's a cracking first sector by Aldeguer, given the fact that that's where he's going to be really struggling to manoeuvre that Brazilian Ducati around. Close this will be for Ralph Fernandez. We're on board with him now, coming through 15, where Fabio Quartararo had his little tip-off a few moments ago. This is going to be super close, isn't it, as far as Quartararo is concerned. Aldeguer and Zarco, they're blitzing hot laps here as well in these cool conditions. This time around turn 15, proving no issue as far as Quartararo is concerned. Ralph Fernandez then is going to be the first rider that could be potentially knocking Mir out of top spot. We pick up the 25 then now into turn 20. This is where his teammate Ayagura was on the floor in FP2 at the start of play this morning. Over the line, Fernandez goes, stays in P2, a P2 which is going to be under some big threat soon.
Sector 3 again though for the Yamahas. Quartararo lost the best part of 3/10, and it's all free lap time down that back straight. He does go into 3rd place. Look at the bike moving around under Fabio Quartararo. He's wrestling that Yamaha for all he's worth.
What's going on there? I mean, the bike was just so unstable. It was a proper bucking bronco, wasn't it, as he was on the gas coming out in the final corner. He's had to abort that because he knew he'd have to shut up and try and get some stability back. Aldeguer with a brilliant 2:00.977. Fermin Aldeguer. What could this kid be doing if he'd had the whole pre-season and been fully fit to start his second campaign in MotoGP, because that is a big lap. First 2:01 we've seen of this morning here in Kota, and now it's sort of asking big questions to some of his other Spaniards. Joan Mir still, I'd say, comfortable in 2nd place. He's only just under 200ths clear of Ralph Fernandez. The onus now big time is Fernandez to get himself through.
He's put in a great first sector. He's a quarter of a second down halfway around, so I'm not sure Ralph Fernandez, unless he has a strong second half of the lap, has anything to respond to Aldeguer and Mir with. Zarco went 4th, just ahead of Quartararo on the road, so the Frenchman 4th and 5th. Razgatioglu now 6th. No improvement yet for Binder. He's going slowly, so will not improve on 7th place. Then it's Miller, Moreira and Morbidelli, who's half a second down at the halfway stage of his lap. I don't think he's going to lift himself up from 10th here.
Poor Alex Rins. We talked about his multiple successes here previously in Austin. Alex Rins at the moment in this opening qualifying session is not even able to buy a 2:02. Impressive once again by Moreira. Elbow dragging on the tarmac through turn 18. He is not shy. He's not lacking confidence, is he, this young man? He's got Morbidelli and Mir just ahead of him on the circuit.
Yeah, Mir, the rider that he's trying to knock out of the top two. Mir doesn't know it, but the rider right behind him, if he has a good final sector, could bump him out. Moreira over the line then in the end doesn't improve. I think they just got held up once they caught Morbidelli's Ducati.
So, Joan Mir has taken the checkered flag. Moreira moves up into 4th place. Excellent job once again by the rookie, who is already catching the eyes, gaining big plaudits in his rookie season. Diogo Moreira, 14th on the grid, will equal his best starting position in MotoGP. Alex Rins is head down. He's just set his personal best first 2 sectors of this session. But Fermin Aldeguer with a 2:00.977. Hobbling around the paddock on crutches, yet when he's on top of that 54 Gresini Ducati, well, he comes into his own once again, doesn't he? Almost a quarter of a second clear of Mir at the end of the session. And while Trackhouse have still one dog left in the fight for pole position here in Austin, it's game over as far as Ralph Fernandez is concerned by the narrowest of margins. Not even 200ths of a second. Ralph Fernandez then is out of Q2.
Alex Rins did just come over the line in 11th place at 2:02.3, which does at least spare Frankie Morbidelli from qualifying last here for the United States Grand Prix. But Morbidelli couldn't get into the 2:01s this morning, and he needed a 2:00 to advance.
Well, there was the big yawn pre-session from Fermin Aldeguer, but he was not sleeping at any stage, was he, in that Q1 session? He will be in the hunt for our 3rd pole of 2026. Likewise will be the factory Honda of Joan Mir. Mir's early work, that 2:01.210, which you always kind of felt was going to be a tough lap to knock him out of that top 2. That's exactly how it proved to be. Although the factory Honda squad might have been doing a little bit of sweating, as Fabio Quartararo,
that's how it looked.
On the power coming out of turn 20 as he was trying to gun it down the start-finish straight. Watch this. Off the curb he goes, and then along for the ride. Yeah, we can see it, Fabio. He's just showing the Yamaha engineers, well, look at this fella, just watch the replay. Handlebars shaking like crazy. I mean, like he is properly on a rodeo bull.
16th on the grid for Fabio Quartararo, who is the top Yamaha in the end. He managed to get ahead of Toprak by 0.2 of a second. 16th, 17th, 19th and 21st is where the 4 V4 Yamahas will line up.
Second time this year as well, Fabio's going to start from 16th place on the grid. That V4 at the moment is just not cutting it, as far as Yamaha are concerned. They need time that Fabio Quartararo and co simply do not have. Time to burn though in that Q1 session for Fermin Aldeguer. What a performance by the Spanish rider. He goes through into Q2.
Fermin Aldeguer and Joan Mir are the 2 to advance. Ralph Fernandez paying the price once again for being in Q1, knocked out for the second Saturday in a row. Moreira does out-qualify his teammate Johan Zarco, the LCR duo 4th and 5th. Fabio Quartararo 6th, with an uncomfortable ride to boot. Toprak 7th. Ahead of Brad Binder, Jack Miller, Frankie Morbidelli will start 20th for the Grand Prix of the United States tomorrow. 5 places lower than even he was in Brazil, and Alex Rins completing the field.
So it is Aldeguer then and Joan Mir, the 2 Spaniards that have fired themselves into contention still for the pole position here in Austin, Texas. Don't go anywhere, because there's going to be something special brewing here at the rodeo up next live in Austin, Texas, as we're going to find out who is going to be on pole position in round 3 in 2026. Aldeguer tops your Q1. morning and welcome back to Austin in Texas. We are set for what is traditionally some of the most dramatic 15 minutes of the entire Grand Prix weekend. We have rocked up at the rodeo. Time for the world's best riders to tackle one of the world's best circuits here. It's the Red Bull Grand Prix of the United States, round 3 in 2026. As tomorrow, over 20 laps at 3 p.m. local time, the big question, can Marc Marquez finally reclaim his crown as the King of COTA? He's tumbled out of the lead in 2024 and in 2025. He tumbled out of early contention in our opening practice session here yesterday. Marc has been, as always here in Austin, supremely fast and looks like the big favourite going into this afternoon's sprint. Over 10 laps and the main Grand Prix over 20 laps here tomorrow. Marc Marquez led the way on day one with a 2:00.927 despite the big crash yesterday morning at turn 10. Joined in this second qualifying session by Amerikaa. An up and down weekend here at the roller coaster for the Japanese rider. Fast. Very, very fast, but already 3 crashes in the column for the Trackhouse Prix rider. Already through to Q2 yesterday afternoon in baking hot conditions. It's a lot cooler and cloudy here this morning, as you can see from these live pictures, looking down towards downtown Austin. Fabio Di Giannantonio on pole position in Brazil last weekend. World champs leader Marco Bezzecchi, who had a tip-off at turn 6 in FP2. Alex Marquez, Pedro Acosta, Jorge Martin, Pecco Bagnaia, Luca Marini and Enea Bastianini. Those 10 were already safely through to Q2 yesterday. Pecco Bagnaia, of course, the Grand Prix winner here last year. And also vying for pole position here in the United States is Fermin Aldeguer and Joan Mir. The 2 Spaniards have just come out of what is always a very tough Q1 session. He is a serial winner around COTA. So many times he has also qualified on pole position, has the Marc Marquez. But he is in pain. He's going to have to do it the hard way. He's going to have to grit his teeth if he is to get back on the top 7 of the podium here in Austin. Sporting a new rear aero update this morning was Marc on the factory Ducati. That was some shots we grabbed of him in FP2 this morning. The 33-year-old Spaniard inside the top 3. A session this morning was led by Jorge Martin on the factory Aprilia. Pole here last year then was the Marc Marquez with a 2:01.088. And he's going to be a big contender. Many people's favourite Lewis to find himself back-to-back poles at his beloved Austin.
Yeah, none of those lap times you saw for the previous pole sitters on the bottom right corner of the screens are going to cut the mustard in this Q2 session. We've already been in the 2 minutes earlier on this morning with Fermin Aldeguer, a 2:00.9 already. Giddy up, did you ride the rodeo? Well, he was called De Goat earlier on this morning by one of his fans in the grandstand. So Fabio Di Giannantonio with his support, and I think he needs it at the moment with the kind of form that Digi's in. Yeah, he said ride the rodeo to pole position. Well, most fans will certainly be hoping he can do, because if he does, it'll be a brilliant qualifying week as far as the VR46 racing team rider is concerned, for just the 2nd time in his MotoGP career. Last weekend in Brazil, Fabio Di Giannantonio was on pole position. Comes here in great form, doesn't he, as well? The 27-year-old Italian. Double podiums in 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix. Just a little block this morning as far as Bez is concerned. Winner of our last 4 Sunday Grand Prix. Trying to be the first Italian to win the first opening 3 rounds since his mentor Valentino Rossi 25 long years ago now, all the way back in 2001. So many records that once again can be beaten by Bez in the Grand Prix tomorrow. One of them being, if he leads the first 3 laps of tomorrow's encounter, it will be a new record in the top class for successive laps at the front of a Grand Prix. He's led the last 101 in Portimao, Valencia, Thailand and Brazil. You do feel, though, that there's some very, very fierce and stiff competition coming his way
you this weekend from Marc Marquez, obviously, but certainly from the opposite side, that factory Aprilia garage, Lewis.
Yeah, Jorge Martin was fastest in free practice 2 earlier on today. We'll find out in this Q2 session what sort of shot Marco Bezzecchi has at breaking that Jorge Lorenzo record, because he has to be starting on the front row of the grid if he's going to lead from the first lap here this weekend, as he has in the last 4 Grand Prix. So Q2 underway then, the battle for pole position and the all-time lap record, which has been held by Maverick Vinales for a couple of years on a 2:00.864. Surely that is about to be beaten.
There are the fans at the top of the observation tower. There's been so many falls so far here this weekend. I think we're up to 13 of our 21 remaining runners fallen off so far this weekend here in Austin. Let's go down for an update on where riders are at. 1 or 2 bikes for Q2. Jack?
Yeah, I'm sure, as you guys have mentioned, just like last week, Marco Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader, having to do with only one motorcycle. The same goes for Alex Marquez as well. Ayagura, fortunately for the Japanese rider, 2 at his disposal. Rather interestingly as well, this man on screen, Marc Marquez, and teammate Pecco Bagnaia, after only 3 laps on that brand new aero. They love it. They're out to do their time attacks with it attached to both machines.
Yeah, well, it's obviously working an immediate treat as far as the factory Ducati team are concerned. Thanks very much, Jack. We just saw, didn't we, replay of the aero, the new aero that was fitted to Marc and Pecco's GP26s this morning. So will Marc be on cloud 9 and make it 9 pole positions here at Austin in Texas? Certainly going to be one of the big contenders, isn't he, as we get the early running done here. Long old lap around this Austin venue. 5.51 kilometres, 3.43 miles, 20 corners. What is it? 9 right, 11 left. So much for the riders to tackle. Concentration and focus, push to the absolute limit, particularly with the full Grand Prix distance.
Trying to work out who the first rider is at the front of this train. We're looking back from Pecco Bagnaia, who has now got his teammate Marc Marquez right behind him. He was going side by side with his good friend Marco Bezzecchi down the back straight. We now ride on board, looking forwards from the king of Kota, and it's Jorge Martin who's going to lead the pack around to start these first flyers of Q2.
Yeah, the new Ducati aero likely to give them more downforce. That would have been the target. Obviously has given them more downforce, and they're sticking with the new aero for this Q2 session. Is that going to improve Marc Marquez's feeling in early laps, which he feels has been missing somewhat in the first couple of Grand Prix? Already you can see how hard Martin was pushing up the hill to try and get a good slingshot through this first sector. Prix was out of shape, big style, wasn't it, on the brakes into that first corner. But Martin, who led FP2, is doing the front running here in this Q2 session.
Alex Marquez right behind him. Then we have the 2 KTMs in this session, Pedro Acosta and Enea Bastianini. First time we've seen the beast in qualifying since Barcelona last year.
It hasn't happened very often, has it? The beast directly into Q2 like he was yesterday. Only the 4th time in 24 KTM appearances. He finds himself going straight into this second session. Got some pretty decent track position here, as he's getting a good look at both Martin and Alex as they drop down into turn 11. You want to nail your apex here and then get the drive grip perfect to get a real big slingshot down what is the longest straight on the entire Grand Prix calendar. It will just go on and on and on, even though you're doing 350 clicks. 1,200 metres is this back straight.
Pedro Acosta's got the tow ropes out to try and mitigate the lack of straight line speed he now has on that KTM. Looked like Alex Marquez was ever so slightly wide there through 12, which is now going to get in the way of Acosta.
He was Ayagura and Marco Bezzecchi, who both had crashes on the Aprilia this morning in FP2. Agura already with the unwanted hat-trick. And is Ayagura ever? He's never been a frequent crasher, has he, the Japanese rider? I mean, has he ever had 3 spills on the same Grand Prix weekend? It's a bit of a novelty one, this, as far as the Japanese rider is concerned. Looking back from Agura to the 72 bike, another Aprilia in the hands of Marco Bezzecchi.
Bagnaia is the fastest of the 4. We're tracking on the bottom of your screens. Pecco's about 3/10 up on his teammate Marc Marquez as we enter the final sector, and Bezzecchi almost tripping up now over his fellow Aprilia.
Yeah, he was right on the rear tyre. Magura through 19 and just had to make that pass. Such was the speed differential between him and Magura. So the fastest time then is from Bagnaia, 2:00.815. That is the best time of the Grand Prix weekend so far. It's actually a new all-time lap record. Pecco Bagnaia is flying out of the traps here in Austin. A new all-time lap record from your 2025 COTA winner. The real Pecco Bagnaia is standing up.
Last year's Grand Prix winner here in Austin, now the new lap record holder in Austin. Pecco Bagnaia with an early statement. It's an old Ducati front row earlier on. We've got Fabio Di Giannantonio, who's matched Bagnaia on a 2:00.8. Marc Marquez is some 6/10 further back. He and Marco Bezzecchi are currently 3rd and 4th.
He was very confident, very optimistic with his race pace yesterday, was Bagnaia. He'll be very, very happy and confident now with his one-lap pace here. It could all change, and of course, who is going to potentially gate crash the Pecco party? It is none other than Marc Marquez. 8 previous pole positions here in Austin. He's not been a regular winner, of course. He was undefeated here, wasn't he, on that golden run between 2013 and 2018. Winless, though, here in Austin since 2021.
Juan Mir is absolutely flying halfway around this lap. He's behind Marc Marquez, who's just piled through on Bastianini and got turn 12 all wrong. So that's also inconvenienced the beast. We're watching Acosta, Bezzecchi and Marco on the screens. Juan Mir's faster than all of them.
What about this from Bez as well? He really is on the money. Here is Pedro Acosta. It was a very brief stint at the top of the MotoGP World Championship, wasn't it? For Acosta, after Thailand, somebody's down, it looked like at the back there. Yellow flags out in sector 3.
I think it might have been a Bastianini. He was definitely a KTM just ahead of Mir. But watch this coming in from Juan Mir. So we've got Bezzecchi on the factory Prix looking to join the front row of the grid, but is Juan Mir about to snatch a shock provisional pole on board the factory Honda?
That would be some story and a half, wouldn't it, for Juan Mir? He has never had a MotoGP pole position, only 2 in his entire Grand Prix career. Line, he's in P1. Now this would upset the apple cart, wouldn't it? Juan Mir, who has had to come through Q1. Look at that down in the factory Honda garage. They can't quite believe it. He's decimated what was the all-time lap record, held for 5 minutes, 3 minutes by Pecco Bagnaia at 2:00.591. Where on earth did that lap come from Juan Mir? Absolutely awesome.
A world champions lap from the 2020 MotoGP World Champion. You saw him with his head movements as he came across the lane. He knew he'd produced something special, something mighty, mighty special. To be a quarter of a second clear of Bagnaia and Di Giannantonio. It's Honda, Ducati on the front row.
He has not had a pole position since the Malaysian Grand Prix at Sepang all the way back in 2017 when he was a Moto3 rider. Never got close to it in Moto2, has been nowhere near it in MotoGP. I mean, this would be the shock of all shocks if he was to hold on, and a 2:00.591 is going to take some beating. Juan Mir has only ever had 3 front row starts previously in MotoGP. This is his 124th start. Awesome, absolutely incredible that by Juan Mir. What about Aldegar, who came through Q1 ahead of me with a 2:00.977, which looks like snail's pace right now.
Remember, Mir only just squeaked through Q1 by a couple of hundredths of a second ahead of Ralph Fernandez. Boy, is he making the most of that reprieve. And of course, a week ago, the Q1 graduates did qualify 1st and 2nd on the grid at the moment. Juan Mir is going to back that up with another one here.
Well, even the great Marc Marquez, the biggest lover and admirer, as Marc Marquez has a bit of a shake of his head there, doesn't he, down this back straight? He's trying to pick up some toes behind Bez and by Marini.
A bit annoyed, I think, with some of the traffic up ahead of him, and he nearly clips the rear of Luca Luca Marini. This is what it looked like looking into the face of Marc Marquez. This was after he shook his head, and then he encounters a bunch of traffic.
Yeah, not happy at all. You can clearly see there a couple of big head shakes from Marc. So pretty peeved at the moment to find himself down in 10th place with a 201.439. He's going to have to deliver something special in the second half of the session. So often he has done here in Austin. I remember that time when he was on pole position after his Repsol Honda went kaput on the start-finish straight. Sprinted back down to the garage, out on his spare bike, not set up how he liked it, and he still then delivered I think one of the all-time great pole laps you've seen, not just here in Kota, but anywhere in the world. Fermin Aldeguer, this is some job, isn't it, by Aldeguer? Let's not beat around the bush. This guy is nowhere near 100% fit. He said in Guyana last weekend, probably about 70% back to full strength was his calculation. Well, at the moment, maybe calculating a spot on the front row of the grid, which would be some bonus this by Aldeguer. To be anywhere near the front row is a phenomenal performance.
Being qualifying too, I think, is it impressive enough for Aldeguer, given what he's having to overcome at the moment. He's middle of row 2 at the moment, in between Bezzecchi and Acosta. Martin 7th at the moment, ahead of Alex Marquez and Luca Marini. So Marc Marquez in 10th. He and Agura, who were 1st and 2nd yesterday, are currently 10th and 11th. And suffice to say, that would be surely the lowest Marc Marquez has ever started in Austin.
Yeah, I'd imagine that Trackhouse, the message has been to Agura, we don't really need a third crash of Saturday morning here in Austin. Second fastest yesterday, wasn't he, Agura, with that brilliant 2:00.980. He's almost a second slower this morning.
This is the traffic that Marc Marquez came across. It's very near. He ran straight into the back of Marco Bezzecchi. I think that's Marini ahead of them. On the other factory Honda, it is Luca Marini, and Marc Marquez just threading the needle there into turn 12, and I think some Spanish swear words being uttered. He wanted to make a point there to Marco Bezzecchi, but Bezzecchi snuck past him on his right shoulder.
Marc has got no room for error now. There is no margin for error at all as we dip into what's going to be the second time attack. Only 2 time attacks around this long 5.51 kilometre circuit of the Americas. The F1 MotoGP stewards led by, of course, our former colleague Simon Crafart. They're going to be having a look at that one in the stewards' office. Pecco Bagnaia, who is already second with a 2:00.815. How hard was Pecco pushing that Michelin front tyre down the hill into turn 11?
Down the 1.2 kilometre back straight he goes. He's all on his own, is Bagnaia, coming up on a lot of traffic, which has already inconvenienced Marc Marquez. And now Pecco Bagnaia on the second factory Ducati is now coming up. These are all on outlaps up ahead of Pecco Bagnaia.
Bagnaia then now closing in on Agura. It's all pretty much one line through here. Very hard to make any progress. Really difficult to make any kind of progress. Pecco Bagnaia stuck in a bit of rush hour traffic here, isn't it? Yeah, and it's gone. It has gone. At the moment, there's no major damage. This has been a rather frustrating affair, hasn't it, this Q2 session, as far as the factory Ducati team are concerned. Marquez and Bagnaia thwarted by some traffic around this long circuit. At the moment, no great damage as far as Bagnaia is concerned. He's still on that front range. Second place, Marc Marquez at the moment on the back, well, on the front of what would be the 4th row, which by his standards around this Kota circuit would represent something of a bit of a nightmare.
If you're on your outlap, it's on you to make sure that you're not blocking someone who is on a time lap. I suspect Agura would have thought that the entire field, like him, were on time laps, because Bagnaia went out early and then caught that group as he was halfway around his hot lap.
What about Marc? He's going to get, what, 2 laps at this, isn't he? 2 attempts to try and fire himself up from 10th place. He's got a brand new, fresh Michelin soft rear tyre fitted. It's still Mia on course for what would be undoubtedly one of the big shocks of 2026 so far. Simon Crafart and the stewards are going to be very busy. looking at the Bez Marquez incident, now looking at the Bagnaia-Aguirre incident as well. Can Saturday get any worse as far as Aguirre is concerned? He's already been on the floor twice. Look at this by Marc Marquez. Look at this from the Gianantonio. Fabio Di Gianantonio. Surely we can't be dreaming, we can't be thinking of a 1:59 here in Austin. The first ever 2-minute lap. Fabio Di Gianantonio is having a good crack at it. He's a quarter of a second up right now on course for back-to-back poles.
And he's got a slipstream from the rider who's currently on provisional pole. Up the inside he comes from Joan Mir. Diccia had to make that move. Has he, though, lost some crucial momentum through turn 12?
What about Bez, who's getting towed around here quite brilliantly by Jorge Martin ahead of him? Marco Bezzecchi then on pole position in that season opener, wasn't he, at the Chang International Circuit in Thailand. The stewards are going to have a look at his incident earlier on in this session with Marc Marquez, but the moment head down, that's the least concerns for Marco Bezzecchi. With Antonio and Bez, we're going to be getting a 2:00.2, a 2:00.3 at the end of this lap, if not better. We're going to track then the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi. Can he set himself up for a 5th successive victory from pole position through the final corner? Bez will go. Where's Mark going first and foremost? Up to second. Bezzecchi is in P1. It is a 2:00.3, but Fabio Di Gianantonio on course for back-to-back pole positions. He did the business in Guyana, Brazil last weekend. So close to our first ever 1:59, 2:00.136 from Fabio Di Gianantonio. No pole in the space of 4 years, now potentially 2 in the space of 7 days.
And in amongst all of that, Pedro Acosta went to the front row on the KTM. He did a 2:00.4, so Mir is now 4th. It's Ducati Aprilia, KTM Honda, the top 4. Marc Marquez is now down in 5th place.
He's rolled out
and
of
he
it.
will not improve on that either.
That is game over. Marc Marquez is rolled out of it, so he's going to be at best 5th on the grid. A 2:00.637 from Marc. That is over half a second slower than Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's once again delivered something super special on Sprint Saturday. Absolutely incredible job that by Diccia. Back-to-back Tissot watches coming his way. What about Marco Bezzecchi? Can he deliver any late fireworks? Not at the moment. Nothing going right now for Bez down this long start back straight.
Well, someone who's had some real misfortune then in this latter stage is Pecco Bagnaia, who was second before these runs began. He is still on a personal best. He might just lift himself back up off the 3rd row. We're tracking him at the bottom of your screens because Bagnaia caught all that traffic after going early. We're now on board with the 63, who's now back on row 3.
Yeah, and he's going to be livid. He is going to be raging right now, isn't he? Pecco Bagnaia. Aguirre's had a shocking Saturday. 2 crashes. In potential trouble with the stewards after balking Bagnaia, and now he's in the back of this pack as well. I mean, he's 1.6 seconds off the pace. Aguirre is 8/10, nearly 9/10 slower than anything he managed yesterday. How good is this going to get in terms of Bagnaia late on? Power slides the factory Ducati through the long right-hander of turn 18. 2 corners now remaining then for the number 63 2025 Austin Grand Prix winner. Can he push himself on the front row? There's been so many talking points once again in this 15-minute Q2 session. Up to P4, so close for Bagnaia. Misses out on the front row by less than 0.08 of a second. But it's Fabio Di Gianantonio. They can't quite believe it, can they? Down at VR46 Racing. What a 7 days in qualifying it has been for the number 49 pole position last weekend in Guyana for the first time since Mugello 2022. He has been to New York, a bit of sightseeing in downtown Manhattan, sporting a special American Grand Prix livery here tomorrow, and a special lap, an incredible lap from Fabio Di Gianantonio. That 2:00.136, nearly 0.2 of a second faster than Marco Bezzecchi. It's a repeat of our 1-2 on the grid from Brazil last weekend. 0.7 of a second inside of what was Maverick Vinales' 2024 all-time lap record. All the way down to, let's have a look, Alex Marquez in 8th place. The top 8 riders in that session were inside of the 2024 all-time lap record. What a session. Kota has delivered once again.
So this is Marc Marquez after he'd rolled out of it. Is he then going to get in the way of someone? He almost distracts and gets in the way of Enea Bastianini. Marc Marquez is wagging his finger saying, don't be looking at me, Enea. Enea's got his own problems then. Marc Marquez, there are so many riders who are going to be pointing fingers in various directions after a fraught Q2.
Yeah, you can see there the right leg in the air as far as the beast is concerned. I think Mark said, I gave you plenty of room there. Left you ample room on the inside. I was just thinking of Cal Crutchlow there. Don't point at me, sort of thing, as Mark was going through. Claudio Domenicali looks on. That was some session, wasn't it? A session top once again. What a week in qualifying it's been for Digia and VR46 Racing. I'm sure Jack's got a jubilant boss, Pablo Nieto.
Yeah, an unbelievable week for the VR46 squad and fabulous. Antonio back-to-back pole positions for the first time in his career, and what a lap that is as well. A 2-minute .1. Did you think you had that in the locker?
Oh yeah, amazing. We are working very, very good. I don't know what can I say, because making 2 poles, Brazil and here, we know that here is very, very difficult, but we did it. Now we have to be focused on the race, but I have to say congratulations to him, because very, very good.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, phenomenal job. This is Fabio Di Giannantonio's 189th Grand Prix appearance. It's only his 4th ever pole position at a circuit there, which we mentioned this weekend. He does go very, very well at. Podiums in Moto3, Moto2, and last year in MotoGP. Never had back-to-back podiums in his MotoGP career as Fabio Di Giannantonio. Well, Simon Crayfar's just had to cancel his lunch reservation, hasn't he? Because he's going to be very, very busy. We've got incidents involving Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi under review. Bagnaia versus Agura under review. And now Bastianini and Marc Marquez is an incident that's currently under investigation. So, as it stands right now, this grid may well be changing in terms of penalties, so we might be getting long laps incoming. We'll keep you abreast of the situation whenever we can. But what is not up for debate, what is not up for any kind of argument, is Fabio Di Giannantonio once again has found something right out of the top draw in a Q2 session. 2:00.136, just obliterates, demolishes what was the old all-time lap record. Back-to-back poles in MotoGP. No wonder that smile is as wide as Texas.
Whatever your plans were for 3 p.m. local time here in Austin, cancel them. Because this is going to be one spicy sprint later on, over 10 laps here in Austin. It was remarkable, wasn't it, in that Q2 session? It's one of the longest laps on the calendar, 5.5 kilometres, and yet they still all managed to trip over each other on several occasions in that session.
Taking a big gulp of fluid after that session is Marc Marquez. As always, he was right at the forefront of all the drama that was unfolding. There was no 9th pole position though here in Austin for the reigning world champion. He is going to start from 6th place on the grid. Is Mark, first time this year he's found himself starting off the front row. Can't be too many times on a Ducati that Mark has found himself that deep on the grid. He's got to work his way through some tough competition, including Pedro Acosta, who said yesterday, any prayer of being in a podium fight, I have to be qualifying inside the top 5. Mission accomplished. He's on the front row.
The monster will be unleashed once again. The person responsible for that quote was just on screen, his crew chief Paul Chavathan. He will be absolutely barreling up to that first corner later on. The climb up to turn 1, Acosta will be desperate to seize that apex at turn 1. So much of the hard work for him is getting to the front. He's got onto the front row.
All this talk about VR46 next year featuring Fermin Aldeguer, featuring David Alonso, some hot rookie coming out of Moto2. Fabio Di Giannantonio standing up and saying, hey, don't forget about me, folks. Double podium last time out in Goiânia, pole position in Brazil as well, and this incredible purple patch just rolls on, doesn't it, for Digia? He's going to be sporting a wonderful special pop art livery here in America tomorrow. Pedro Acosta then on the front row of the grid here in Austin. He's in the game, he's in the fight. Let's hear the thoughts of the Spaniard with Jack.
Well, Pedro, you've looked like you really fancy it this weekend. Fast yesterday, that's a great lap to put yourself on the front row. You must feel like you've got a great opportunity to fight for the rest of the weekend now.
Yeah, sure. Our weekend start to make a good qualifying for this. The first target done. Now it's time to check everything with the team and see where we can be competitive and make a good strategy, because we can see that Prix and Ducati is still being super fast here for this. Will be a good battle.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
We certainly hope that assessment is correct. A good battle is what Pedro Acosta is expecting. First front row start of the campaign for the rider who, after Thailand, of course, was KTM's first ever leader in the MotoGP World Championship. Sixth front row start for Acosta. His last ride at the back end of last year at the Algarve International Circuit in Portimao. Joan Mir, well, he delivered something pretty special in that session as well. He had 2:00.591. Had he been provisional pole at one stage, and I think so many of us were thinking the unthinkable. Could he be on pole position for the first time in his MotoGP career? It would have been Joan Mir's first pole position in 143 Grand Prix since Sepang 2017. When we said Joan Mir poles are pretty rare commodities, we weren't lying here in the commentary box, as we're going to be very, very shortly hearing from our top two on the grid in Guyana last weekend, and our top two on the grid here once again at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, pursuing that fifth consecutive victory in MotoGP here tomorrow. Second on the grid is your world championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, and he's with Jack.
Marco, great job onto the front row of the grid as you look to try and set history tomorrow with that fifth straight win. Talk us through qualifying. It looked a little bit messy out there at times. You are under investigation for that moment with Mark down the back straight as well when he came through into turn 12. Is there anything in that? Just talk us through how you felt it went.
The qualifying was good. I had a good pace, and I felt good with the bike, and yeah, very, very happy overall about the job that we did. From this morning to right now, happy with the hot lap. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for the pole position, but it's good to be in the first row. Is super important. We will see about the sprint, because both tires on the rear are possible for the longer race, but also for the sprint. So we will see. And for Mark, honestly, I have no idea. I didn't see him.
Thanks. Okay, good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, protesting his innocence there in Parc Ferme is Marco Bezzecchi. This is one of the significant talking points in that session, which is under investigation, and this is what really incurred the wrath of number 93.
Definitely saw in there.
Yes. Marco Bezzecchi, though, has not yet qualified lower than second in 2026. 5 Grand Prix now in a row. He's found himself on the front row of the grid. Yeah, Mark was pretty eager to let Bez know exactly what he thought of that little melee at the end of the back straight. I agree with there in your picture. He's been potential hot water with Simon Crafar as well. So pleading his innocence and hoping to be back on the top step of the sprint podium for the first time this year will be Marco Bezzecchi. But at the moment, the qualifying king around MotoGP right now, will he be the king of codes in the Grand Prix here tomorrow? Is without any question Fabio Di Giannantonio, the Italian, in sparkling form, isn't he, on Sprint Saturdays? It is just his third ever MotoGP pole position. 2 in the space of 7 days, having waited 4 years for his second one. Awesome job by Digia. He's with Jack.
Well, Fabio, what a week you're having when it comes to Saturday mornings. Back-to-back MotoGP pole positions, but that one, I imagine, feels particularly special. A new all-time lap record. Did you think that you had that kind of pace in the locker?
Well, the team did an incredible job yesterday because we did a big change for this morning, and they centered perfectly what they needed to improve, to be faster. So for this, I'm super grateful to them. Then we did an amazing lap. This lap was the most adrenaline lap of my life, honestly. It was a full heart lap. Yeah, I'm happy. I must be happy. Super happy. But we must keep the focus. It's only a pole position. For sure, it's a great shot to start from where we are. But we need to be focused and try to give our best then in the afternoon.
Great job, well done.
Thank you. Ciao a tutti.
Ciao a tutti, grazie Fabio Di Gianantonio. Superb performance once again here in Austin. There's confirmation of just how much quicker he was than Maret Vinales' former all-time lap record, over 7/10 of a second. Full adrenaline, full heart-stopping lap is how Didier called it down with Jack in Park Ferme. He certainly did deliver when it mattered. What was that young fan's pre-session sign?
Ride the rodeo to pole position. He did.
Well, that was some premonition, wasn't it, as far as that young fan is concerned. Brilliant stuff. Fans, young and old, enjoying the Saturday morning atmosphere here in Austin. And Fabio Di Gianantonio then on pole position, had Marco Bezzecchi, the world champion leader. Further down, Marc Marquez with a bit of work to do if he is going to make it. 8 wins here in Austin, down in 6th place. Jorge Martin was fastest this morning in FP2. He heads row 3 in 7th. Pecco Bagnaia will feel like he was a real big chance for the front row before he hit traffic, particularly behind Ayagura. Bagnaia, though, rescuing a 4th place once he regained his cool and his composure. Ayagura, a poor Saturday for the Japanese rider. He dropped from second yesterday to 11th on the grid. Expected much more qualifying gremlins for Agura, but none so for Didier, back on pole.
Back-to-back pole positions for Fabio Di Gianantonio. Marco Bezzecchi qualifies second, although of course there'll be several investigations which of course will affect the grid for tomorrow, not for the sprint. Pedro Acosta lines up 3rd. Bagnaia rather irked with 4th ahead of Joan Mir, who was pole at one point. Marquez 6th. Jorge Martin, Alex Marquez and Luca Marini is the 3rd row ahead of Fermin Aldeguer, Ayagura and Enea Bastianini. Ralph Fernandez missed out in Q1, he's 13th ahead of Diogo Moreira, out qualifying his teammate Johan Zarco. Fabio Quartararo topped Yamaha in 16th, but that's as good as it really got for him. Toprak 17th ahead of Brad Binder, Jack Miller, Frankie Morbidelli. So we've got one VR46 Ducati at the front and one right near the back, with only Alex Rins behind Frankie. Fabio Di Gianantonio there must be in pretty good shape in the BMW M Award. He's 2 points now behind Marco Bezzecchi. Marc Marquez losing ground today, as he's now 19 points back in 3rd place. Pedro Acosta having taken a front row start today. His first of the season, he climbs up to 4th.
Well, that was a cracker of a qualifying session here, wasn't it, in COTA? Join us at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon when we lights out for our 3rd sprint of the new season, as Marco Bezzecchi looks to cement his lead at the top of the World Championship. Fabio Di Gianantonio, though, is currently the star of Saturday mornings in MotoGP, isn't he? A pole position this time last week in South America in Goiânia. Fast forward 7 days and it's 2 poles in a week in North America. Fabio Di Gianantonio, the king of qualifying in COTA. We look forward to your company for the sprint later on this afternoon.
Exciting race action coming up. So riders out now on their warm-up lap. Now they've already done a sighting lap, so tell us the difference.
As we can see through here, we go through these tight S's. I expect it to be, you know, one line through these. You know, a lot of lean angle, a lot of commitment through these corners as we roll into turn 8, 9, building momentum through the high-speed kink down into turn 11. It's going to be one of the passing opportunities of the race.
On the warm-up lap for Talent Cup, as we take a look at how they ended up qualifying yesterday at 6:30 at night, 6:30 to nearly 7 o'clock. Qualifying took place, and this set the starting grid. So it's Nathan Gauker who's on pole, the rider who spent the last couple of years in Spain, and then Matsu Daira, and then you have Sam Drain, Jake Page, not Bodie Page, it's Jake's, he's the little brother, then Reese Frankenfield in P5, Nathan Betancourt on row number 2. As we ratchet back to row number 3, it's Derek Sanchez, Lafayette, and Herb rounding out row number 3, and then you have Fraley, Garcia, and Boudreau rounding out row number 4. And then we have Bandit Landers and Colton Schaefer on row number 5. So, James, we have 8 laps scheduled for this one. Qualifying was extremely tight. Our front row, the only riders that were in the 27s. Looking forward, what are you expecting from this race?
Yeah, I expect the front 3 to kind of get away. But as we see in Talent Cup, anything can happen. If you're within that 1 second, the draft is so crucial here, especially down that long 1 kilometer back straightaway, that these kids are always learning, right? They're not fully matured racers yet, so they're learning every single lap. And if you get somebody out front, you can normally latch on to them. And I expect a bigger group earlier in this race.
These motorcycles are KTM-powered 350 single-cylinder motor by Kramer motorcycles, and of course this Talent Cup is designed to showcase the talent of the racers less than the quality of the talent and outright speed of the machinery. We've seen 125 miles an hour down the back straightaway with these machines, but this age class from 14 to 21, the oldest rider we have in the field is 19 years old, and we have 6 rookies in this class. So this is quite an exciting run, especially here at a MotoGP weekend for Circuit of the Americas in front of a MotoGP crowd and, of course, the MotoGP paddock.
Yeah, it's something that it was super special to me when I was able to do it when I was a kid, is race in front of the world stage. And I know it's every kid's dream is to race in front of the world stage, and to try to put it on the podium and run at the front here with all those eyes on you is something that's going to be crazy. It looks like we have somebody in pit lane, Greg.
Yeah, it looks like somebody came into pit lane. Up, take a look at that and see who it is. But all eyes on the number 19 out of Lexington, North Carolina, on the quarterly racing Kramer AXP 350 MA, all on the same equipment. What is Nathan Gauker going to be able to do from pole position? It is a long run up the hill into turn number 1. And green flags are flying in the back, so here we go. Watch those lights at the upper left-hand part of your screen. Revs are up. And when these lights are out, we're rolling. Here we go. So a good launch from the front row. And Kenzie, the number 74, looks like he's going to get a run on the inside line even after that wheelie as we go up the hill. It's going to be the 74 into turn number 1. He'll lead the way, but Gauker trying to get a run as all riders getting pushed wide, but everything's looking good and tidy.
Yeah, as we head into turn 2, it's starting to stretch out a little bit. These top 3 guys are already putting a little bit of distance. Looks like it's bobbling up a little bit back there with the number 99 of Nathan Betancourt having a great start.
So it's the number 19, your pole sitter, Gauker out of Lexington, North Carolina, who leads the way. Then you have, of course, the famous yellow and white of Team Roberts. Yeah, that's led by King Kenny Roberts, Tensei Matsudaira in second place. And the question is, how is this race going to play out for these top 3? Because the one thing we know about our third place rider out of Australia on that Yamaha Blue Clue Essen racing bike, Sam Drain, is Sam is really good at setting himself up
to latch onto the back of riders. And so we're going to see if Drain's going to make any move early or if he's going to be comfortable as these laps wind down. Long racetrack here, 3.4 miles on a bike that only, as I'm doing air quotes, goes 125 miles an hour.
Yeah, and you can see the top three are already, you know, nose to tail, trying to use that draft. Sam already looking to make a pass into turn 12 here on Kenzie. Does he go all the way to the front and pass Nathan Gauker? He does. See if he doesn't keeps it straight, nice and tidy as he continues to work and go to the front here.
And the rider back and forth is Jake Page out of Australia on the Team Hammer machine. And so for him, he's trying to bridge that gap, but he's not getting any help from the riders behind him. So what we need, what 55 needs from these front three is to keep messing each other up and slowing each other down.
Yeah, but Jake Page, you can see he's already had a little bit of wiggle on the rear tire there. He's pushing so hard to get to the back of this front group. He needs to get to the back of the front group. As we know, these three have been able to run the pace the entire weekend. He is trying to bridge that gap. As we look at Nathan Gauker making a move on Kenzie in turn 19. Very tricky corner there as it's off camera, and it's very easy to run wide and run all over that green paint, which is track limits. As we see them make their way, as we have a crash here with Ricard Erb. That is a tough one.
So Ricard Erb, who's only been racing since May of last year, puts it on the deck. He'll live to see another day out of Taylor, South Carolina, on the Ricard Racing machine. Back up front we go. And Drain wanting to lead this one. Pretty interesting move, I think, for Sam Drain, as he's now trying to check out, which, you know, Spoli, and talking to a lot of these riders, that was kind of the goal. Can I check out? I'm going to give it a go on the first couple laps. If I can't, I'm going to have to settle in with the rest of the riders. But the question is, for a lot of these racers who have experience on these Dunlop tires, was the conditions, and a lot of them telling me that actually with this cloud cover and the reduced temperature, that these Dunlops work really, really good on these Kramer motorcycles. So tire wear not an issue even with 8 laps around this 3.4 mile circuit.
Yeah, and the cooler conditions generally help the Dunlop tires. It gives them a little bit more grip. But I will tell you this, Jake Page putting in the fastest first sector split and getting to the back of these guys. He's going to go straight through. That's something we know how. He's going from 4th to 1st place in turn 11.
Oh, what a move by the young Australian. So good move by Jake. He'll go to the lead on the 55 and now get a chance to test his machine against the others. You can see Drain in the draft.
Yeah, Drain's going to come right back by him, and he's going to get an amazing draft here. It looks like the 19 as well, trying to find some movement here. And turn 12, man, it's something where it's all about fearless and trying to go as deep as you possibly can without running wide. And Sam Drain just chops that front wheel, and it leads them going into turn.
All right, so Sam ran wide there, but that's not really any concern. Here in Moto America competition, when we get to turns 19 and 20, those are the corners that riders have to look out for. They don't want to exceed track limits. So as long as there's no course cutting, say in the middle of the course, it's 19 and 20 that we look at here in Moto America competition. Maybe a little different from what you've seen in MotoGP competition.
Yeah, as we wind up through the carousel, as they call it, it's all about building speed to that elusive turn 19 where it's off camera. It's super tricky, Greg. When you get in here, you can get in here too deep and run just a little bit wide, but you have to be careful not to go on the green.
Matsudaira up the inside in a very interesting spot, takes over the spot. Here comes the 55, he's going up the inside. Oh, Matsudaira was like, I don't care, I'm going to the apex as quick as you like, and he will hold on to the lead and get a slight gap coming across the stripe. This is our first idea too, James, of what our lap times look like. So 28.3, 27.9 for Page, 28.6. So we've seen racing here in September as it gets a little chippy up into turn number 1, but we've seen racing here. Oh, up and out of the saddle goes the 19 of Gauker.
Yeah, you could just see he got onto the throttle a little too early there and got a little bit of a hiccup coming out of turn 1, but he settles right back in here. Now we've had a chance to see Sam Drain lead, Nathan Gauker lead. Now we have Kenzie leading the race. We'll see if they can stretch it out a little bit. Like you said, they want to try to stretch this out and be a race for the podium. So it'll be interesting to see if you can get through this first sector super clean.
Look at the replay at the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the night.
Oh, that almost was so big. These little Kramers are so stiff that if you get them sideways, it's hard to save them, as we see. There's a couple little bumps out there, but there's a nasty black line left there, just trying to push the limits.
That's the rodeo you see here in Texas. Lap traffic up ahead. So back our focus is on the 55 of Jake Page.
Something must have happened to Kenzie through that first sector as he's been pushed back to third place here, and it's given a little bit of breathing room to Jake Page. We'll see if Sam Drain can get a good run down this back straightaway and try to close back up on the 55 here as we see Kenzie getting that draft, and we'll see if he can't make the pass into turn 12.
All right, so Trace Boudreau up the road on the 16 on the TO Racing machine out of Beverly. He's got to come under fire from these four that are jostling around trying to find position, and it looked like for a moment Matsudaira on the 74 couldn't really get the grips with the front end of his motorcycle as the riders around him are taking lines all over the place.
Yeah, for Matsudaira, I think it's pretty interesting that he's riding a lot tighter than the rest of the guys. He seems like he can put that motorcycle wherever he wants, and he's looking around a little bit, which tells me that he's very comfortable out there, and he's just trying to feel it out. You can see he's trying to put, you know, his front wheel in different places, but I think he looks pretty calm at the moment.
15 years old is Matsudaira out of California on that Team Roberts Racing, and when I asked him about competing in this series, because he also competes in the Latin American Moto4 Championship, does the 74 machine, and I said, why this championship? He said, well, I got a call from Team Roberts, and when Kenny Roberts asked you to come ride for him, you definitely get it done.
Definitely, and we saw the 55 Jake Page get an amazing run out of turn 20 there, still creating a little bit of gap, but nobody can quite get away. Look at Nathan Gauker up the inside, trying to have a little bit of poke, but Sam Drain goes to the front, see if he's going to try to lead him into turn 2. Runs a little bit wide, though, on the exit of turn 1.
And Jake takes over the spot again, the 14-year-old from the Gold Coast in Australia. Already with 8 or 9 national titles and flat track to his name. This is quite a young talent to look at, is the number 55 of Jake Page. Just looking at his body position, too, and how these riders ride. Now, keep in mind, we're looking at 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old in these groups, but these riders with a lot of international experience to their names. Gauker, who's your pole sitter, who sits in third currently, spent the last 2 seasons in Spain, and when I asked him about the possibility of this race that he's having right now, being in a group of 4 people, how do you handle that situation? He said, in Spain, we were 15. The top 15 were all within 1 second of each other, and he said, I'm very calm in these situations. Talking about the rider now in second place of Gauker, and he said the one thing that he holds on to, James, is the fact that he is able to ride over his head and not be bothered by it. He doesn't get himself out of control. So when push comes to shove, he wants to be the rider that's either in first or second on the final lap. With 4.5 to go in this Talent Cup race number 1, our first of the 2026 season.
Greg, 4 wide into turn 12 here. We'll see if the 74 in Matsudaira goes up the inside, and he holds it there as we see Sam Drain kind of get pushed back to turn 4. And this is something where you got to stay calm, you got to stay cool and collected. But it's everybody's trying to lead this race and try to put a little bit of a gap. It's really tough to get away on the Kramer motorcycles. There's just not enough speed to be able to get away, and everybody's doing so well at latching onto the guy in front of them.
So Matsudaira leads the way, flying the colors for Team Roberts. And now, what do you think about Drain right now? Is Drain starting to lose touch a little bit?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I think there's something interesting here. When we look at the 19, for whatever reason, I'm seeing a little bit of chatter or a little bit of movement out of the fairing. Something where he might be riding a little bit over that motorcycle, specifically in the carousel section. I saw the rear of the motorcycle just vibrating quite a bit, and that's a telltale sign to chatter, which is very difficult to ride through.
One of the things that these riders have found with Circuit of the Americas this year is the tremendous amount of grip in this racetrack, and that has caused chatter for quite a few of the riders. As battling for position in turn number 1, it's got to be Kensei Matsudaira who takes over the spot. Number 19 is Gauker, the one you were talking about before, in second place. Number 55, Jake Page out of Australia on the Team Hammer machine. And all the while, the number 59 of Sam Drain, also out of Australia on that Yamaha Blue Crew Essenson Racing machine, hanging back and forth.
Yeah. And I think Sam Drain is taking a little bit of a chill pill at the moment and just chilling, watching what's going on, you know, from the back there, because it seems like he can pass these guys at will down the straightaway, and it sounds like he doesn't want to get, you know, in that rough battle. These guys are chopping noses left and right, and that could just cause a crash, and at the end of the day, surprises.
The other thing, James, is when you look at these riders, this may be the first opportunity that all 4 of these riders have actually been on track racing against each other at this level of competition. They all race, but racing each other, so they're really trying to figure out, hey, how aggressive is this rider? Like, what are some of the key factors you'd be looking for if you were new in this pack?
Yeah, the biggest factors is who's passing who. You can see that Nathan Gauker wants to lead this race, same as Kensei Matsudaira wants to lead this race. Those types of people are very aggressive. They're going to the front. They're always trying to pass towards the front. And you look at somebody like Sam Drain, who already has a race win last year, spent on a regular podium contender, kind of knows how the races are going to play out. And I think that he's just biding his time. He rides with a lot of the Kentucky boys. He's got Tommy Hayden as the team manager. He rides with ex-champ Jake Lewis. So I think he's just being calm, cool, and collected as we see, you know, the Titans back up.
Ratcheting it back to 5th, 6th, and 7th. Rossi Garcia, his local race on the Rossi Motorsports machine, is leading that battle. The 23 is Derek Sanchez on the Real Steel Honda. So good moves from Sanchez here, as now the battles are going back and forth. And it looked like it was Reese Frankenfield on the number 11. Back up front we go, and boy, lead changes every single corner. It feels like side by side onto the front straightaway. A bit of a reversal, and whoa, they were able to keep it on the paint, so no warning for them in terms of track limits on that one, but it's always a possibility. So by the stripe we go, and it was Gauker who was leading over Page, and then Matsudaira, and then Sam Drain on that one, but Drain has had enough, and he goes right to the front in turn number 1. Is he going to be able to hold on to it as he goes a little wide? Good drive by the 19 to hold position as they sweep down the hill.
And the lap times just continually to get faster and faster, so this group is continually getting faster, and I think that everybody's starting to get a little bit antsy with 3 laps to go.
So we've seen 27.6, 27.9, 27.5 so far from these top riders.
Yeah, you saw Kenzie Matsudaira there just go right up the inside of Sam Drain. I think that's just type of his riding style at the moment, is be super aggressive in this race. He doesn't want to let Nathan Gauker get away as he's starting to stretch it out a little bit. So this is going to be a really crucial part of the race if Nathan can get through this little section and then turn 11 down the back straightaway and that they can't catch up.
It's really hard to judge on these smaller, lower horsepower machines, these Kramers, as to what the distance is that you need to catch the draft on the back straightaway. But we're going to find out right now. So Drain goes up the inside. We'll see if he was able to hold his momentum and drag this group of riders back up to the 19. As Gauker told me before this race, if he has an opportunity to check out, he wants to do it, especially here at Circuit of the Americas on a MotoGP weekend.
This is going to be a crucial lap for Nathan Gauker to really try to get away. As we see Jake Page, Kenzie Matsudaira, everybody trying to fight for that second wheel to get back, and he's already closed it halfway, and that's just how crucial the draft is down the back straightaway.
So Gauker tried to give it a go, but it didn't work out for him as he has Matsudaira now right on his rear wheel. As we get ready to 2 laps to go on this one, this is where you got to start thinking about the strategy. They're over there in turn number 16, 17. They're going to be sweeping through 18, 19, and then the very crucial corner number 20. Now, James, we've talked about this off camera many times. Turn 20, the final corner. On these little motorcycles or any bike, is it just imperative that you lead going out, out of the final corner because the start-finish line is so close to that corner?
Yeah, at turn 20, they always say here at COTA, if you can lead it, you're generally guaranteed to win. But with these small bikes, we saw it a lap before when we saw Jake Page go up the inside and create so much space that it just, you never know. It's somewhere where you'd rather be leading through turn 20 because it's a short run to the stripe, but you've got to also be prepared if somebody's going to come up the inside.
You can see how little body is showing behind the wind bubble, the windscreen of these Kramers for Gauker. He gets a good run on the straightaway. So it's now the penultimate lap in Talent Cup, race number 1 for 2026. We got another one later on today, but it's all about standing on the top step of the podium and maximizing your points haul in an 8-race weekend, 16-race championship for Talent Cup here in 2026. And these 4 starting to break away, and it looks like, unfortunately for Jake Page, he's lost touch. Maybe used a little bit too much tire trying to close the gap earlier in this race. But we'll see if Page is able to rebound here in the next couple of corners.
Every time I think that they've broken one of the riders, we see a fastest red sector go up. We just saw Jake Page and Sam Drain put their best fastest sectors in sector 1, and Sam Drain closes back down, which I think he's going to get the draft back here. But Nathan Gauker really trying to put the hammer down. They went their fastest lap times in the last lap. Really trying to spread it out and put a lot of pressure on Kenzie Matsudaira.
So for the 74, who's in the draft in second place on the yellow and white machine, fastest lap of the race so far. Last lap by a 1:27.4. But it's got to be Drain going up the inside. He's going to get 2. Is there any room for Matsudaira? No, and Drain a little bit wide. Well played, dirt track style by Gauker.
Yeah, it looks like Nathan Gauker is really trying to lead this race. It's something that you were talking about earlier in the show, about how he really wants to lead this race. And you can see the different body English between Nathan Gauker and Kenzie Matsudaira. It's something where we see that Kensei hangs off the bike a little bit more, where Nathan sits a little bit more and uses a lot more of his upper body to change left and right, and I think that might help Kensei run a little bit tighter. Is he going to try to poke it up the inside in turn 19?
Oh, not a lot of room there. Wasn't able to get it done. Also, tip of the cap to the 55. Jake Page on his fastest lap. Yellow split, red split, yellow split. Got his way right back up to this group, and a little bit wide for the 19. Didn't see if he was on or off the racetrack. Got to watch that. Here we go. Final lap of this race. It's anybody's game at this point as the 55 tries to get position in third. But Gauker, the 19, trying to lead this one. And he gets a little bit sideways, going up into turn number 1, gathers it back together.
Jake Page just set the fastest lap of the race at 26.2 to get back to these guys.
Wow.
Yeah, very, very impressive, but I think it's going to come down to the top 2 here as they go through this kind of one-line S section. It's fast, it's sweep, you're on from left to right, back to right here in turn 6, this double apex, and we'll see if Matadura can really try to create a charge, and I think he's going to have to wait, Greg. I think he's going to have to wait until turn 12 to do something.
Watch out for the number 55 of Jake Page, though, on the quarterly racing machine, on the Road Racing World Team Hammer machine, because that rider right there just set the fastest lap ever of a Talent Cup bike around Circuit of the Americas by doing that 26.2. So here he comes up the inside. Is the 55. He's trying to get it stopped and not run into the rider in front of him. So boom, just like that, the Australian Jake Page, the number 55 on the Team Hammer machine, gets it done. But it's all about this long back straightaway and who's going to have position as they come off of it into turn number 12.
Here comes Sam Drain behind them. He's got the run. Is he going to lead him into turn 12 and try to outbreak every single guy here? But Kensei he's so far up the inside, almost off the camera screen here, going up the inside as they're going to get tight.
Little sideways goes Matsudaira. He's able to bring it back. He is wide, but he's still on the racetrack. And who does that give the lead to? It's the 19 of Gauker. This is exactly the position he wanted to be in when I talked to him earlier about race strategy. But if he leaves any daylight in these tight corners up the inside, I guarantee you there's going to be another Kramer X350 that's going to be going for space.
He's got to have an amazing run through the carousel, try to create as much speed as possible, and then it's all about defending through 19 and 20. It looks like he might have it just a little bit, but he's so wide, Greg, trying to block into turn 19 this off camber.
There goes Matsudaira. Daira up the inside to take over second spot. So a good move for the 74 if he can hold the line, but that also gives a little bit of breathing room for the 19. So here we go, onto the front straightaway, to the line we go. Everybody's clean down behind the bubble, and the first win of the season is going to go to Gauker, the number 19, out of Lexington, North Carolina, on the quarterly racing machine, gets it done, and it plays perfectly into his hands. And it's going to be Matsudaira and Jake Page in third place over Sam Drain. James from first to fourth were covered by only a half a second. The margin of victory for Gauker, 0.183 of a second. What a move, what a race. I mean, what's your over and under on lead changes in that one?
That was so impressive, and it's like a vet-ridden race by Nathan Gauker. He knew he had a plan, and that's something that I love to hear about a kid, is he's just super ready and just wanting to win this race and always trying to be at the front and lead and just having an amazing plan.
What a race from Gauker, Matsudaira, and Jake Page. Can't wait to hear what they have to say in Winner's Circle. So as these riders make their way around this long 3.4-mile course to head back towards winner's circle, it's going to be Gaukar, Matsudaira, and Jake Page. With Sam Drain missing the podium by just 0.2 of a second. And then back there in 5th was Garcia, Frankenfield, Derek Sanchez, Betancourt in 8th, Lafayette in 9th, and Ian Fraley rounding out your top 10. Then you had Bandit Landers, Colton Schaefer, Trace Boudreau, and of course Reichert Curve, who picked up the bike and was able to get some laps in. So good, valuable points for her. Back there on the 18 machine. Wheels in the airs on these 350 Kramers.
This is super impressive. I remember watching Nathan Gaukar on the Ovale, and I just remember how, you know, mature he looked on a motorcycle, and it's just clear as day what it looks like.
All right, as James Rispoli heads over to the podium to talk to these podium finishers, including our winner, Nathan Gaukar. What a race we had, and what an experience for all of these riders, because the opportunity, the chance is that these 4 are going to be mixing it up all season long in Talent Cup. Coming off the racetrack into pit in here at Circuit of the Americas, a nice long front straightaway. This rider will head in front of the garage and get to park May. Well played race by Nathan Gaukar. And first, Talent Cup victory, as Sam Drain, our 4th finisher, was the only rider in the field for 2026 that had won a race. Of course, Alessandro Di Mario, the Talent Cup champion from last year, now up into the super sport category here in Moto America. Hank Bosberg also moved up in classes, as did Bodie Page. So that's what this class is designed to do. And keep in mind, here in Moto America Talent Cup, there's an opportunity for 5 of these riders to get an opportunity in the Red Bull Rookies Cup for 2027. They get to try out at the end of the 2026 season. And that's been on the mind of a lot of these riders that are here. Some riders have aged out of it. Older riders past 16 years old aren't eligible for it, but it's still Moto America Talent Cup and the road to MotoGP. So celebrations all around. Congratulations. And so Gaukar, the American out of North Carolina, who, like I said, had spent the last couple seasons in Spain having a great run at it, and now back to the U.S. And talking to Gaukar about his experience in Spain, he said it was just an awesome experience, but there's something about being home in the United States at his age and having everybody around him speaking English. He said there are oftentimes just slight language barriers with electronics and such. So as Gaukar gets prepared for his first interview of the season, let's go ahead and get down to James Rispoli, who's going to get our winner. So for Nathan Gaukar, here he comes on his way to talk to Rispoli about his big win.
Nathan, that was super impressive. Very mature ride from you. How was it from your perspective in that intense battle?
Yeah, it was a great race. I mean, both Jake Kenzie and Sam both held up a really good fight. I mean, it was hot, and yeah, I mean, coming out of one, I had a big moment. I settled back down after that, and I knew towards the end of the race that I could run the times up front. And I thought that maybe if they battled behind me that I could potentially pull a little bit of gap. They passed, I went first down the back straightaway, and I knew that they'd come by me. I was hoping that they'd all try and outbrake themselves, and that's what happened. I mean, they all went wide, and I just cut underneath, and I just put my head down, and yeah, I knew I needed to lead into the last corner, and yeah, I did that, and yeah, he won.
Man, that's so exciting. Great job.
Good job by Nathan Gauker to get that win. And yeah, that race strategy that he and I had a conversation about a couple hours before this race really paid off for him. And you can see that even at the age of 14, he's getting it done. Let's get back down to James with our second place finisher.
Kenzie, that was a very, very intense race for you. I know you were trying to lead a few times out there. How was it from your perspective?
Well, it was a tough race for sure, especially with Nathan, Jake, and Sam. Obviously, I try to lead as much as possible, but you know, the back straight, it spreads out 4 wide. But yeah, I mean, it was a good race, good 4-pack group. So yeah, I mean, I did everything I could.
It looked like you were calm out there. What was the plan of attack, and did that last lap from Jake in turn 11 cause some sort of disruption for you?
Well, I was just trying to, you know, not make any crazy moves. Obviously, I crashed in qualifying yesterday at the top of turn 1. I just wasn't, just trying to play it safe. But obviously, I wanted to fight with them. You know, Jake passing me in turn 11 and Nathan checking up right before the long back straight. Obviously, that was a little, you know, it messed everybody up a little bit. But, you know, we all kind of regrouped in the back straight. And, yeah, I mean, I would try to do my best to try to lead in 12, but, you know, I just blew it, and it's all right.
Well, still an amazing result for your first Talent Cup race.
Yeah, congratulations to the 15-year-old, Kensei Matsudaira out of California. So getting in here, and for him to get on the podium, it's a good points haul here in Moto America. 20 points for second place, 25 for first, and 16 awarded to third place. And he is with James right now. Off of a new lap record for Talent Cup here at Circuit of the Americas, it's Jake Page.
Jake, that was a very impressive ride. It looked like at one point you were going to be pulled off the back, but you put a really good lap in to get the new lap record. How is it to try to fight back and be on the podium in the first Talent Cup race here?
Yeah, it was a really good race. I had to push a little bit in that one. Those last 3 laps, I saw me kind of going off the back of that group, so I had to push a little bit, and you know, I was battling with Sam at the back there, and I was like, we have to get a move on, so I pushed as hard as I could, and I think 26.2 or 1 is moving pretty fast, so yeah, it was really good. Good job to the boys, they rode awesome. That last lap was pretty hectic, and yeah, I can't thank the whole Team Hammer squad enough. They've put in a lot of effort, and yeah, I can't thank anyone enough. Hopefully we put on a good show for all the fans out there, and yeah, I can't wait for race 2.
Well, awesome. It's really good to see you on there, and great racing. You keeping everything really, really tight and really technical and fun.
So Jake Page, keep in mind, that's a name that you want to listen to and follow. Very talented young man. Well, that's quite a Talent Cup race. Race number 1 of the season, and it proved to be a banger as the margin of victory just half a second between the top 4 and 0.1 of a second between the top 2. And here's a confirmation of those results here in Talent Cup. It is Nathan Gauker, Matsudaira, Page, Drain, Garcia, Frankenfield, and Sanchez. A great battle between those 3 riders. And then you have Betancourt, Lafayette, and Fraley. London Landers, Schaefer, and Boudreau. So a good, talented field of riders. And guess what? This is only race number 1 of the season. We got a lot more coming at you, including another one today. here from Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, during a MotoGP weekend in our Talent Cup Road to MotoGP. Got to make sure you tune in again for our final race of the day. That race is going to be at 6 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock local time. You think you enjoyed that race? There's going to be a lot of work being done between now and then to get those riders that were in 5th, 6th, and 7th closer to the front. It's going to be awesome. Some highlights from the race in case you're just joining us. And it came down to these four as things broke away, and it was the 19 who was able to capture his first victory in Moto America Talent Cup and the first of 2026. Well, we got one coming up at 5 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock East. We can't wait to see you there for Moto America Talent Cup race number 2.
Unfortunately, it's still plaguing him. You said maybe Jerez for Munoz. How's he feeling? Obviously, this has been an injury that's obviously curtailed his end of season last year and, of course, the start of the season as well. Desperately unlucky.
Yeah, it's a very, very hard time for him because he had a lot of operation and is up and down, and always if he was positive to come back, comes the next operation, and but he is very strong in his head, and I wish a lot he is back in Jerez, but still also said we don't know, but that is our biggest wish, to have both David back in Jerez.
Thank you, Peter, and good luck with Marcos in this session, of course.
Thank you very much. We do the best for him, and he did a good job till now.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, El. Thank you, Peter Ertel. Thank you very much to both of you. Lewis, good afternoon. We'll get to you next. We're expecting quite a big session this. We've got Ryusei Yamanaka, Cormac Buchanan on your screen. Massive crash early in FP2. If you haven't seen it, do go and check it out. Scott Ogden, Ruche Moody, Adrian Cruces, Jesus Rios, Hakeem Danish, Zen Matani, Nicola Carrara, Marcus Uriarte and Leo Ramersdorfer going to see who can get in the top 4. There aren't many big names in this one who you'd think, well, they should have got through. Your biggest one's probably Ryusei Yamanaka, but this season so far, Lewis, it hasn't gone to plan for him. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon to you, Kiko. Afternoon to everyone watching at home as we tick over 12:45 local time. The temperature, though, still rather chilly, just 18 degrees of air temperature, much cooler than we've had earlier on in the weekend. The pace, though, will be hot in this Q1 session, as you mentioned. The big hitters, certainly on reputation, those who should have been in Q2 already are. Here are the CIP Green Power pair, who are looking to go further than they went in the Brazilian Grand Prix weekend, where, of course, both of them were eliminated in qualifying 1. At the moment, though, with a minute of this session gone and a near 2.25 minute lap, no one in a rush to get this Q1 session underway.
Yeah, everyone just holding fire for the moment. Good point you make about the 2 CIP Green Power KTMs. Both of them had to go through Q1 last time. None of them were able to come out of it the other side. They'll be hoping for a big change in that this coming session.
Good to see that Scott Ogden is here and competing, though, of course, after the crash that he suffered in the race, or at least the pre-race, if you want to call it that. He's officially designated as a non-starter in the Brazilian Grand Prix because it was his crash that brought out the red flag. Was a little bit banged up, had to pass a pre-weekend medical check, but he was successful, and he was 17th at the end of practice yesterday.
Yes, indeed he was. And Scott Ogden, you get the feeling he's one of the riders who should be moving through. Cormac Buchanan was desperately unlucky, actually, not to be going through straight away like he did last week in Brazil. But that massive crash this morning, he has been declared fit. You've seen him with his helmet on and his leathers on. He's going to be heading out to the track very, very soon. But what describes fit doesn't mean not battered and bruised, and Cormac Buchanan is certainly both of those things after this morning's get-off.
Yes, he's only just landed, unfortunately, after that crash in free practice 2 this morning. It was an absolute whopper. I mean, fair play to him for the bravery and the grit that he's got to get out there and keep pushing, but he does not do small crashes, unfortunately, does the young Kiwi. We wish him well in this session. It has been a weekend of crashes so far for the Code Motorsport squad. His teammate Ruche Moody went down yesterday.
Yeah, down yesterday at a real crunch time. At that time would have really, it's hard to say whether it would have definitely put him in the top 14, because we'll never know, but he was definitely threatening them. So the Code Motorsports KTMs, definitely unfortunate. At least one of them should be moving through in this Q1 session.
Haven't cracked the code yet for the circuit of the Americas. They've got a couple of laps, probably, or a couple of runs to change that in this session. One other rider just to draw attention to as we look at Alvaro Carpe, who will be busy in Q2, and that's Jesus Rios, the 54, who is in this Q1 session, although he's not yet on the racetrack. He will have to serve a double one-lap penalty in tomorrow's United States Grand Prix after he took out Matteo Bertelli at the restart in Brazil.
Matteo Bertelli, if you're wondering where he is, he's already gone through up into Q2. He had his best Friday, really, since his injury. Probably his best day since he took pole here in podium last year at Kota. So keep an eye out for Matteo Bertelli. We're getting ready to really rock and roll here. We've had Leo Ramersdorfer and Zen Matani head out, our 2 rookies. Now we're going to get the rest of the field as the fans watch on from one of the best views and scariest views around here at the Kota circuit. You won't catch me going up the stairs. I'll take VIP treatment in the lift, thank you very much.
It's a clear floor up there as well, which I think will certainly have a few of us with a knot in our stomach. I haven't been up there, and I'm quite happy to be on ground level here. We're just on the inside, the entrance to the pit lane here at the circuit of the Americas.
Much nicer, closer to the hospitality as well, which is exactly where we want to be, not marooned all the way up in the sky. Zen Matani will be looking to be marooned up into Q2 later on today. Came through it last time out. Hiroshi Oyama very, very impressed with Matani, although the Japanese rookie does still chase his first point in this 2026 campaign. Will this weekend be the weekend that the number 32 does get inside the top 15 by the checkered flag on Sunday?
Yeah, couldn't have come much closer in Brazil in that 5-lap sprint that we had. Post Scott Ogden crash, Matani came across the line in 16th place at the end of that Grand Prix. Fastest lap times of the weekend so far here in Austin on Moto3 machinery. Alvaro Carpe earlier on this morning did a 2:13.190. That compares to a 2:13.7 from Max Quiles in practice yesterday afternoon. That is a new all-time lap record for Alvaro Carpe. In terms of getting through this Q1 session, you'd be expecting lap times in the low 2:14s as a sort of benchmark.
Yeah, I reckon low 2:14s, high 2:13s, you're surely absolutely through. We'll talk about 2:13 lows, maybe even a high 2:12 when we get into Q2, when we are in that pole position shootout. But at the moment, it's there Ramastorfa, who's not making an apex down at turn 12, and it is Zen Matani who comes through. We said that the Code Motorsport KTMs were looking to try and come through this session. Some might say they were unlucky to not be already in Q2. Let's find the thoughts of their team owner. Jose Barry is talking to our very own Elliot York.
Yeah, he certainly is, Jose. Great to speak to you for the first time this season. Obviously, Cormac was a bit banged up heading, coming away from Brazil, and then, of course, a huge crash this morning. Just talk us through, how is he?
No, he's good, but after 2 big crashes, he's struggling a little bit, but he's okay to ride. But as you can imagine, it's not going to be easy for him.
He said coming into pre-season and after Thailand that he's made a good step this year. Are you seeing that on the track as well? He obviously was having a good weekend until the crash in Brazil.
Yeah, he has done a good step forward regarding speed, but let's see if we can continue going like this. And for sure, the most important part is trying to avoid the crashes to continue improving.
How is Ruchet feeling on the other side of the box? Well, I think it sounds like he made a step forward in Brazil.
Yeah, also he's doing well this weekend and he's step by step going fast, which is good. Let's see if he can continue going fast as the previous day.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Al. As we get our first lap time in, Zen Matani 2:15 flat. He's going to need to up the ante. His fastest time this morning was a 2:14.4. So there's time in a track for Zen Matani. Worth actually noting that both the CIP Green Power machines are in the top 10 this morning, Lewis. So they've got pace in these cooler conditions as we see Marcus Uriarte just try and come under Ryusei Yamanaka. Yamanaka, I'd like to say that he was a vast improver. Unfortunately, rooted to 22nd this morning. So whatever's going on in the number 60 side of the box in 2026, it's not working.
Yeah, came to Q1 in Brazil last weekend, but is still awaiting his first top 10 of the season, just 2 points next to his name. Ogden then up towards turn 11. This leads us on to the 1.2 kilometre back straight. It's a long back straight on any kind of machinery. It'll feel like an eternity on these Moto3 machines.
Yeah, and slipstream's a vital factor here. It does go a little bit up. You've also got slipstream all the way up towards turn 1, and that can get you tenths of seconds that might just be the defining tenths of seconds between Q1 and Q2. That could be pole position, or it could be 19th at best. At the moment, Scott Ogden out on his out lap at the moment, punching a hole in the air for Ryusei Yamanaka. That's the number 88 of Marcus Uriarte, just behind, who is replacing David Almanza this weekend. So these three on track, and they're in that third sector right now.
He was a fraction wide through turn 12 was Ogden, not as wide as Uriarte was, who went all the way off the racetrack on the exit. It really does tighten up on the exit, that turn 12. So difficult to get that corner right, so easy to make a mistake, and Ogden did lose a little bit of time with that error through turn 12 in the third sector. You are going right through this triple right-hander sequence of 16, 17 and 18 before the pair of lefts to complete the lap, and Ogden is now into the heart of turn 19. This was where Buchanan had that big crash earlier on today. Ogden is now safely through the final corner at turn 20, and this should be our first 2:14 lap of the afternoon.
It should be, but he's still going to need to drop the time a little bit more. Across the line, Ogden a 2:14.506. It's a 2:13.7 that saw him through this morning in FP2, so there's a lot of time still left out there. Obviously, those lap times were improved towards the end of a session, and there was a lot more opportunity opportunity for some slipstream. We have less bikes on track in Q1, and of course we are still with more than 6 minutes on the clock. Rouchet Moody comes across line 6th, teammate Buchanan 7th, Cruz says 8th, Rios 9th, Hakim Danish, our front row sitter from last time out, is still in the pit, hasn't set a lap time. Nicola Carraro likewise. It's Ogden Uriarte, Ryusuke Yamanaka and Zen Matani, your fastest 4 so far, with just under 6 on the clock.
There is Jose Boillo, we heard from a moment ago. Danish must have had some sort of problem or mistake on his time lapse. He went out there, did an out lap, and then came straight in at the end of his, what would have been his first time lap. So he has no lap time next to his main name at the moment. Neither does Nicola Carraro, who clearly must have exceeded track limits somewhere along his first lap. He's at the back of the field.
Worth noting that Hakim Danish, after his front row and top 10 finish last time out in Brazil, hasn't really kicked on from where we expected him to be. 20th in FP1, 21st in practice. He had a crash, of course, in FP1 as well, and he was a little bit down in the dumps earlier on today as well in FP2. So Hakim Danish down in 17th place. So just keep an eye on Hakim Danish. He might well be able to put a lap together here that gets him into the top 4, but he hasn't had pace. This isn't a big surprise to see him down in Q1 today.
Yeah, with such a long lap, 5.5 kilometres, he's not got an awful lot of time in the pits before he has to be back out there. And he's going to have, at best, one time lap to try and rescue his weekend in qualifying 1. We've got a big lap coming in here from Mitani, who might be on the brink of the 213s here, doing it all on his own. No one providing any sort of reference or any sort of slipstream for him on the Honda Team Asia machine. Probably keen to see some of the plaudits and some of the attention on his side of the Honda Team Asia box.
Yeah, it's been his teammate, fellow rookie Veda Patama, who so far has grabbed the headlines for Hiroshi Oyama's very well-run squad across the line for Mitani 2:14.1. I'm sure there's still a bit more time left in this, so it's Zen Mitani at the moment, who is your fastest rider at the moment. Ogden's just gone across the line to beat him by 0.005 of a second, so Scott Ogden now sits pretty in that P1 place. He's got Ryusuke Yamanaka behind him on track and behind him in the standings as well. Yamanaka's 3rd, whilst in 4th place, Marcus Uriarte. Is that a number 13 Hakim Danish I just saw wander out down towards turn 2? Indeed it is. Word up from pit lane confirmed by L that the Malaysian rider has returned to the track. Cruz says goes 3rd. Nicola Carraro's first flying lap sees him 4th, and that's not good news for the other MT Helmets machine of Ryusuke Yamanaka, now down to 5th, as we see Cormac Buchanan get it all a little bit crossed up out at turn 1.
Carraro hasn't been in a Q2 session so far this season, so that'll be a best of the season so far for him if he can get himself into the top 4. A 2:14.4 for the Italian is the best we've seen from him by quite some margin so far this weekend. He in need of a confidence boost, as the shortcuts are taken, as they're trying to squeeze every last second they can out of this session and try and get themselves flying. 3 minutes remaining, so if you're just starting a lap now, you'll have this and one more.
Last time, by my calculations, Nicola Carraro was in Q2, was Australia last year. He qualified 15th at Phillip Island. So Nicola Carraro, it's not been too long, but it's not been this season, which is what he's looking to correct at the moment. Jesus Rios likewise has had pace. He went through directly into Q2 back in Thailand, but he finds himself in Q1 today.
54 there, barreling up the inside of Rouchet Moodley, and they all go straight on into turn 11. And I think we're all quite keen to let someone else lead them down this back straight, so they will have one more shot at this. And at the moment, the riders in the pound seats are the pair of CIP Green Power KTMs, Ogden and Cruz. There's Mitani and Carraro on their respective Hondas 2nd and 4th. We'll keep an eye on Danish, who is on his outlap at the moment. He's in the 3rd sector, so he's probably going to get just the one attempt at this.
Yeah, Danish is going to have to go Super Pole style on this one, isn't he? The number 13. He's going to go from the front row from last weekend and potentially miss out on the spoils here as well. Let's see what he's got. We look at Zen Mitani as he works his way across the line. He's got Leo Ramersdorfer as a reference. But for Mitani, I'd want to be clearing Ramersdorfer as quickly as possible, because Mitani is considerably quicker than Ramersdorfer, about 1.7 seconds quicker, as we get our first yellow flags in Q1. And
Danish out of the final corner.
Out of the final corner, and that is a very, very peculiar accident for the number 13. Thankfully, we see him on his feet, but I imagine that he has high-sided that on the curb coming out, but that has spun him right back in to the inside of the track. Let's see if we do get a replay or not, but yellow flags out. That is going to be vital for the likes of Yamanaka and Rios, who are yet to come through. Let's have a look what happens. Oh, he's out wide. He's out wide. He's out very wide. Ride that cowboy. Not this time. Out the front door. Hakeem Danish doesn't even get a lap time in this session. A shame for Danish, but thankfully he is up and walking after that sizable get off. Here's another angle.
And the problem he had is because he didn't have a lap time next to his name, as soon as that stepped out, he had to try and stick with it, because of course he was starting his only time lap of the session, so he was left with no choice there, Danish, but to continue pushing. On any other circumstance, if he'd had a lap time next to his name, he would have backed out of that. Yeah, I think so. He absolutely, even if he was out of the top four, he'd have saved himself potential injury and just accepted it for what it is. But unfortunately, Hakeem Danish, no lap time. He should be allowed to start the race by virtue. He's just been more than quick enough. Oh, more yellow flags, this time in sector 2. That's not going to trouble Marcos Uriarte, and that looks like over at turn 8. Second for Cormac Buchanan. No. He's gone down this time at turn 8. Doesn't look like he's in anywhere near the pain he was earlier on today. But Buchanan down in P8 will not be improving upon that. That's his 5th crash of the season. Let's see what happens here. Let's hope it's the front end that goes this time around. He's coming through. Oh, another one. Another one who goes out the front door. Cormac Buchanan, he doesn't crash lightly, does he? Deary me, well, it was a little bit nicer than his one this morning, but Cormac Buchanan, it's a bit more Cormac Buchanan ball at this moment in time. 2nd crash on Saturday. Well, you saw him leaping up and trying to run after his bike, and then once the adrenaline started to drop out and the pain kicked in, he started hobbling towards his machine. That really sums up his day, unfortunately, for Cormac Buchanan. So who is going to advance out of this session? Is Uriarte going to go through? No, he doesn't. He takes the checker flag in 7th place, and Ruche Moodley has had his lap cancelled because of the yellow flags, which were brought out by his teammates, of course. And it's so unfortunate for Buchanan because he was a red sector through the opening sector of this Cota lap. So unfortunately for Cormac Buchanan and Ruche Moodley, both the Code Motorsport machines, like I was saying earlier, unfair perhaps that they didn't squeeze into Q2, and they're right down towards the back of the grid. They've only got Ramastor and Hakeem Danish behind him. It looks like that is all she wrote in Q1. The yellow flags have kind of annulled this session. So Scott Ogden, Zen Matani, Adrian Cruces and Nicola Carraro, both CIP Green Power KTMs, a Honda Team Asia, Honda in the Hiroshio Armour camp, and then it is the Reeve Gold Snipers machines that do take that 4th and 6th. Only Carraro going through though. Jesus Rios, he's going to come to the line, but he doesn't improve. Tell you what, this won't improve Jose Boe's mode, but Ruche Moodley clearly kept pushing. He did a 2:14.336. That would have put him through to Q2, but of course with the yellow flags out, it's all for naught. Yellow flags out courtesy of his teammate as well. I'll let you go and tell him that, Lewis. Yeah, keep that to ourselves. Hopefully he's not listening, but a Boe squad that in the end 8th and 9th is what they take out of this session, so they'll start towards the back of the grid. Of course, for Danish, front row in Brazil, back row a week later in Austin, Texas. Such a shame for Cormac Buchanan as well, who looked like he's starting to get some feeling for that KTM, but for whatever reason, it's just another crash for the New Zealander, who, got to say, he was our biggest crasher last year. 35 crashes across 22 rounds last season. I think he's on 5 already this season, so unfortunate stuff for Cormac Buchanan. But Scott Ogden and Adrian Cruces, both for the CIP Green Power team, they're safely through. Zen Matani for a 2nd successive round moves through into Q2 as well. He's in P2, and Nicola Carraro, as I say, for the Reeve Gold Snipers team, is there in 4th place for his first Q2 appearance since Australia back in October 2025. A real boost for Carraro, who really does need a pick-me-up at the moment. 54th Grand Prix start, so he doesn't lack experience now, does Carraro, so no excuse at this level for such a long time out of qualifying 2. Adrian Cruces, who certainly had a painful Q1 experience a week ago in Brazil. A successful one here this time for Cruces, who we shouldn't forget, did himself no end of credit here last year when, of course, he was a substitute, an injury substitute at that CIP Green Power squad for Noah Detvila, finished up for the top 8, so knows his way around Kota.
He does indeed. As we look at Ryusei Yamanaka come into pit lane, 5th is just not cutting any kind of mustard, is it, at all, for the number 6. He will take solace that, well, at least he was only a couple of tenths away from Nicola Carrara, but really Ryusei Yamanaka, who's been a podium finisher as recently as last year, would have expected more. A handshake between the two CIP Green Power KTM. Scott Ogden and Adrian Cruz says put a smile on Alain Bronek's face, at least, after their double top 10 appearance this morning. He was all a little bit too late, but they are just about on time to squeeze into Q2.
So both of the Honda Team Asia riders will be represented. You saw the much fancied Beritamotogp just off to the side of the picture, just alongside his teammate Zen Matani. Patama was 14th yesterday. He's now joined by his young teammate. So both of the Honda Team Asia riders represented in the battle for pole to come.
Hakim Danish just chatting now, or being spoken to by the team, probably asking what's up, what's happened. Here's some advice for the next time. Hakim Danish is fast and he has got the potential. Today, just not the Malaysian's day, unfortunately. He's going to qualify last for tomorrow's Grand Prix.
Scott Ogden, though, could still qualify right at the front. He advances through qualifying 1. Little to choose between he and Zen Matani. 5,000s, but it was the Brit on top. Matani second from Adrian Cruzes and Nicola Carraro, his first Q2 appearance since October last year. Yamanaka 5th, so he'll start 19th on the grid ahead of Rios, who has 2 long laps to serve tomorrow. Marcos Ariarte on the sole, intact KTM 7th ahead of Cormac Buchanan and Riche Moodley. 1 crash, really scuppering the hopes of the other. Leo Ramersdorf was 10th. And with no time set after crashing, starting his final time lap, Hakim Danish. It is Ogden, though, leads both of the CIP Green Power KTMs through to Q2, the battle for pole position in Austin, Texas. In Moto3 is moments away. Welcome trackside, stateside and live. Moto3 Q2 for the Red Bull Grand Prix of the United States. We are about to be getting green on this one, and it is a massive, massive session for the battle for pole position. Before we do have a look at exactly who is in this one, let's head down to our pit lane reporter, Elliot York. And El, I think there's a story of success you've got for us. Take it away.
Yeah, there certainly is. Down here with Michael Lav. Great to speak to you for the first time this year, Michael, and both your riders in Q2. A great weekend so far and a positive year so far, it's got to be said. How are you feeling about Joel and Eddie's progress this year?
Yeah, really happy. It's been positive. Both riders scoring points over the first 2 rounds. With Joel, we wanted a little more last time out in Brazil. I think the race pace he had on Saturday, he could have been top 5 or maybe even in that podium battle had the race gone full distance. He was just sort of in the back of the group for the second position fight that went all the way back through to pretty much all the point scoring positions. But turned up here, he loves Texas, and the Honda seems to work well. He's been fast all through yesterday, and then in the time session to get through to Q2, both he and Eddie delivered together. So he's a good teammate to Eddie, allows Eddie to go out and follow, as he did at the start of the session, give Eddie that banker lap, and then immediately the pressure's off, so Eddie sees his name up in P3 in the timesheets. He went out and without chasing Joel, went and found his own track position and bettered his lap time. So I think both boys in a good place, the bike working well. This morning, a little bit cooler, a bit of an anomaly, just used one tyre and didn't panic too much, but they seem confident, relaxed, the team's working well, so I got to say I'm pretty proud and happy that things are going in the right direction.
Yeah, how much has Joel helped? I know, speaking to you last year and the vibes we were getting from the team, that bringing Joel in was going to be a massive boost, so lots of experience, of course, and obviously an experienced head next to Eddie, who's still learning his trade in Moto3. So how big of an asset has Joel been this year so far?
Yeah, massive. It was a bit of a coup for us to get Joel at the end of the year and hopefully take our team to the next level. So we've invested in not only that, in material and staff. We changed a lot, but having someone like Joel, there's an expectation on him to perform and us as a team to deliver. So the pressure goes on our side. We know the Honda's a bit tougher than the KTM, let's say, to be consistently there at the front and competitive every weekend, but a rider like Joel doesn't complain, doesn't moan about maybe a lack of speed, Honda versus KTM. He just knows what he can do, and then I think that that's mirrored on the other side of the garage for Eddie. He's younger, not got Joel's experience, but he's learning from his approach and working together, trying to get the best out of the package. They've been working hard throughout the winter, been in the wind tunnel together, good relationship, good bond, and I think Eddie's took a lot from that and calibre and experience of what he could do last year. It's been good to learn from that, and hopefully together we can achieve some results this year. So it would be nice